प्राप्ति न अप्राप्ति तस्मात् शारिपुत्र अत्रातित्वात् बोधिसत्त्वस्य प्रज्ञापारमितामाश्रित्य विहरति चित्तावरणः चित्तावरणनास्तित्वादत्रस्तो विपर्यासातिक्रान्तो निष्ठनिर्वाणः प्राप्तः गते गते पारगते पारसंगते बोधिस्वाहा 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 गते गते पारगते पारसंगते बोधिस्वाहा
बुद्धं गच्छामि शरणं धर्मं गच्छामि शरणं बोधिसत्त्वगणं तथा बुद्धं गच्छामि शरणं यावदा बोधिमण्डतः
बुद्धं गच्छामि शरणं यावदा बोधिमण्डतः
धर्मं गच्छामि शरणं बोधिसत्त्वगणं तथा
धर्मं गच्छामि शरणं बोधिसत्त्वगणं तथा
बुद्धं गच्छामि शरणं यावदा बोधिमण्डतः
बुद्धं गच्छामि शरणं यावदा बोधिमण्डतः
धर्मं गच्छामि शरणं बोधिसत्त्वगणं तथा
धर्मं गच्छामि शरणं बोधिसत्त्वगणं तथा
यथा गृहीतं सुगतैः बोधिचित्तं पुरातनैः ते बोधिसत्त्वशिक्षायामानुपूर्व्या यथा स्थिताः शिक्षाः शिक्षिष्यामि यथाक्रमम् यथा गृहीतं सुगतैः बोधिचित्तं पुरातनैः
यथा गृहीतं सुगतैः बोधिचित्तं पुरातनैः
ते बोधिसत्त्वशिक्षायामानुपूर्व्या यथा स्थिताः
ते बोधिसत्त्वशिक्षायामानुपूर्व्या यथा स्थिताः
तद्वदुत्पादयाम्येष बोधिचित्तं जगद्धिते
तद्वदुत्पादयाम्येष बोधिचित्तं जगद्धिते
तद्वदेव च ताः शिक्षाः शिक्षिष्यामि यथाक्रमम्
तद्वदेव च ताः शिक्षाः शिक्षिष्यामि यथाक्रमम्
यथा गृहीतं सुगतैः बोधिचित्तं पुरातनैः
यथा गृहीतं सुगतैः बोधिचित्तं पुरातनैः
ते बोधिसत्त्वशिक्षायामानुपूर्व्या यथा स्थिताः
ते बोधिसत्त्वशिक्षायामानुपूर्व्या यथा स्थिताः
तद्वदुत्पादयाम्येष बोधिचित्तं जगद्धिते
तद्वदुत्पादयाम्येष बोधिचित्तं जगद्धिते
तद्वदेव च ताः शिक्षाः शिक्षिष्यामि यथाक्रमम्
तद्वदेव च ताः शिक्षाः शिक्षिष्यामि यथाक्रमम्
अद्य मे सफलं जन्म सुलब्धो मानुषो भवः अद्य बुद्धकुले जातो बुद्धपुत्रोऽस्मि साम्प्रतम्
अद्य मे सफलं जन्म सुलब्धो मानुषो भवः अद्य बुद्धकुले जातो बुद्धपुत्रोऽस्मि साम्प्रतम्
जगदद्य निमन्त्रितं मया सुगतत्वेन सुखेन चान्तरा पुरतः खलु सर्वतायिनामभिनन्दन्तु सुरासुरादयः
जगदद्य निमन्त्रितं मया सुगतत्वेन सुखेन चान्तरा पुरतः खलु सर्वतायिनामभिनन्दन्तु सुरासुरादयः
अद्य मे सफलं जन्म सुलब्धो मानुषो भवः अद्य बुद्धकुले जातो बुद्धपुत्रोऽस्मि साम्प्रतम् जगदद्य निमन्त्रितं मया सुगतत्वेन सुखेन चान्तरा पुरतः खलु सर्वतायिनामभिनन्दन्तु सुरासुरादयः पुरतः खलु सर्वतायिनामभिनन्दन्तु सुरासुरादयः पुरतः खलु सर्वतायिनामभिनन्दन्तु सुरासुरादयः बाहुं सहसम् अभिनिम्मित सायुधन्तम् गिरिमेखलम् उदित घोरससेन मारम् दानाधिधम् अविधिना जितवा मुनिन्दो नालवकमख मथद्दयखम् खन्ति सुदन्तविधिना जितवामुनेन तं तेजसा भवतु ते
Hello,
जय
check, check. Good morning, check, check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, check. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll be starting shortly.
Good morning to everybody who's here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Lovely
Morning.
bright faces.
Good morning.
For all those who have joined, it's a good idea. You can take a few minutes to allow breath and mind and body all to be together. All the things that we've been doing since morning. Allow us a moment to catch up. Can check on your motivation. Good morning, Geshe. Okay, everybody. For those of you who can put your cameras on, kind request, please do so. Geshe would love to see your faces. Before we begin, I just want to say thank you so much, Geshe, for your kind support and teachings. We feel truly blessed to have you with us, and you kindly agree so quickly. It is really tremendous for all of us. I also want to give a big round of thank you to everyone at Tibet House. For those of us who are always worried about questions, how to merge Dharma into our daily life, to bring it into our workplaces, and all of these questions which constantly nag us, I urge you all to visit Tibet House to watch how graciously everyone is willing to help. Keeping this highest aspiration and motivation is something truly moving. So that would be a thought for all of you who are visiting New Delhi. None of us need an introduction to Geshe, but since I have the joy and opportunity to do so, and it is possible there could be a family member or someone who is new, who is listening in for the first time. So I would just like to say Geshe has been our teacher for many, many years. He's come with an illustrious academic background, affiliated to many institutes which have been doing tremendous work in the area of Dharma. Geshe has been translated for His Holiness the Dalai Lama since 2005. In 2011, he was director of Tibet House, New Delhi. And since then, he has continued to shape and contribute so much to students' learning through a range of courses, the Nalanda Master's courses, the Nalanda Diploma courses, multiple conferences across the world. Geshe has also been a contributor for so many textbooks in Buddhism, in philosophy, as well as books which talk about emotions and other areas which help with growth of mind and a deeper understanding of behavior. Most importantly, though, Geshe-la has really been working so hard to give all of us deep understanding and appreciation of the Nalanda tradition of Buddhist philosophy. And very, very importantly, to not just teach us or train us in it, but also to help us keep it alive with this heart of Bodhicitta. So today's training is extremely critical and will hopefully allow us to move along our path a little more. Thank you so much, Geshe-la, for being with us. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Niveditaji, and thank you all your supporters, and particularly Vivekji and Ananya, and everyone around you, and all the participants here. This is always a great joy to be with Dr. Niveditaji's group, and I can also see that there are some from Nalanda Master's Course Batch 2. So welcome you all to this program. And to Niveditaji, I'm just wondering if there's a possibility to recite the Ye Dharma mantra, essence of dependent origination mantra. If there's a possibility, good. Or we can, was it Namrataji who did it last time? Recorded that? No?
Maya had sung the Heart Sutra last time, Geshe-la.
Okay.
Y'all will have a tough time listening to me sing.
Maya, how do you feel about it?
Om Dharma mantra?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I recited 3 times or just once?
Yes, 3 times.
3 times. Okay.
Yes.
This is something that I composed, so it may not be following the whatever we have heard generally. So I'll just sing this one.
Wonderful.
Om Ye Dharma Hetu Prabhava Hetum Tesham Tathagato Hyavada Tesham Chayum Nirodha Evam Vadi Mahashamanaya Swaha. Om Ye Dharma Hetu Prabhavam Hetum Tesham Tathagato Hyavada Tesham Chayum Nirodha Evam Vadi Mahashamana Swaha. Om Ye Dharma Hetu Prabhavam Hetum Tesham Tathagato Yavada Tesham Chayo Nirodha Evam Vadi Mahashamanaya Swaha.
Thank you so much, Mayaji. Thank you so much. It's beautiful. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Niveditaji has been organizing this teaching for the last several years. Earlier, it used to be all the offline in Mumbai. So now it has been like, I think 2 or 3 years that it became online for the COVID reasons. And in a way that this gives a possibility for the people to be connected from the different parts of the world. This great opportunity. And the topic that we've chosen here, we see that unlike many other the topics for teachings, so what we have here is the wisdom of mind training. So it has element of the mind training, and also the element of the wisdom, what connotes wisdom, and then to the purpose to cultivate this the universal compassion. Again, universal and compassion and the Bodhicitta. So it has many elements involved there. So each of these points, there's a reason there. It's not just to cultivate Bodhicitta or cultivate compassion. It is many facets indicated here. There's a reason there. So before we go into all these the complications or all the sophistications, the first question that we need to ask is that why did you join Dr. Niveditaji's class? This is the question that we need to begin with. Why? And there's no hard and fast rule. So whatever is the reason, be it for a very profound reason or immediate reason or emotional reasons or whatever is the reason, finally it is you. It is your reason. Is that the purpose that you are seeking? This is what we need to remember. What for? And particularly, this is not like the regular schools where the parents send the children to a regular school. Regular school meaning that this is how everybody has to follow. Everybody's go to the schools, and then for this we have what is known as homeschooling, where people divert a little bit from the regular school homeschooling, but what is taught is much more the same. Again, they have to sit for the exams according to the regular school, the rules, regulations, all exams as set forth by the meant for the regular schools. So we do divert, but then we see that again we are going to the regular pattern. So whatever we do, we need to know the reason. And of course, we need to keep in mind that our life is very precious. It's very precious. Whether you're a believer or not, it doesn't matter. Say, even medically speaking, people talk about, say, the doctors or kind doctors, sensible doctors. They give the choice to the patients, to the family members of the patients. What do you want? You want people to have. You want your family member to have a qualitative life, a quality life, or a long life. Long life meaning no quality, and then can be long life, or a quality life. It may not be long life, but then there's a quality to this. So what do you prefer? So this is what the medical doctors oftentimes, particularly the sensible, compassionate medical doctors, they try to give the choice to the family members. So in other words, the point is that what is your reason? What for you have joined the Dr. Niveditaji's class? And then those of us who are not a part of the Dr. Niveditaji's class or the course, and then what for have you joined this class? At the particular the 2-day the teachings? Why? So this is something so important, and finally it's up to the individual. It's not that everybody has to be religious. It's not that everybody has to be politicians. It's not that everybody should be lawyers. No, you have your own freedom. You have own choice. So this is one thing that we should not forget. So from this we'll see so this question will take us to all these topics. The wisdom is connotation, that be wise, and the wisdom of the mind training. Mind training meaning that I want to accomplish a result. And this result, I don't have it now. If you already have it, then it's not your result. This is what you already have it. So the result means you don't have it yet. So therefore, I need to get it. For this, I need to put effort. The effort that I put involves training. Okay, the training, and that too, the training of the mind, and to cultivate the universal compassion. Universal compassion meaning that the secret of the happiness, lies in the compassion, and what degree of happiness you want, what degree of happiness that you are seeking. It depends on how expansive is your compassion. If it is confined to your family members, okay, 4 family members, their degree of the joy, happiness that we have is to that extent. And if you can extend this to, say, what Dr. Nivedita is doing, like, say, not at all think about the family business so forth. So family business is all taken care of by the Vivekji, and then supported by the wonderful daughter Ananya, and she is fully dedicated for the humanity. It's amazing, fully dedicated in that direction. So, which means that over the years, that she's able to connect with so many people, and to that extent, it's her joy. And this joy she spreads, she shares with Vivekji, Ananya, and all of family members, and all of us. And particularly, let's say that we have here the Dr. Stanzin Dawala, who is a great humanitarian worker, and who is a school principal and very dynamic, and helping like thousands of students there. Again, look, so his love, the passion, he can easily do his work, get his salary, without having to proactively engage to make things vibrant. And yet he is not happy with that. He's doing more. He's being so vibrant, working for the school, which does not really get him any extra credit. And yet he's doing this out of all love and affection for these, all these number of the students and the faculties involved. So we see that your compassion increases, your happiness increases. This is a secret of the happiness. Let's not forget it. And then the Bodhicitta. What is Bodhi? Bodhicitta means Bodhicitta. Bodhi is the awakened state, fully awakened state. And Chitta is the mind. Mind, knowing that the source of happiness is not outside, it is inside. And I need to explore the source of the happiness inside fully awakened, to awaken your potential fully. So this is the wisest thing to do. So therefore, all the elements what we have here, the wisdom of mind training to cultivate the universal compassion for bodhicitta. So when I say this, it is extremely comprehensive, and it leaves no stone unturned pertaining to what you are seeking. So from this, what we see is that the one thing that we need to keep in mind is whatever you're doing, say doing some religious puja or not believing religious puja, just you wake up and okay, how should I go about with the stock market? Just get up, instantly you wake up, open your eyes and think about the stock market, or open your eyes and think of how to make my family a better day for the family members today, or how can I make my school children happier today to make it a different, and that this school, or say therefore is how to make this to her students to find a greater purpose and meaning out of their life. So I say whatever you're doing, one thing that we keep in mind is that we're doing that for some expectation. expectation of happiness for yourself, or some people, they are not keen on the word happiness. And for one time, when I was invited to give I think about a week-long teaching on Buddhist psychology, at the request of one classical Indian psychology association in Pondicherry, when I was giving this talk about how we are all seeking happiness, one of the participants said that I don't really seek happiness. And although I don't agree with him, but you have the freedom to say, I don't seek happiness. Then say, if you are not happy with the word happiness, we can switch it to fulfillment, or you can switch it to ease. You are seeking the ease of your mind. You are seeking the fulfillment of your mind, fulfillment of your life. So this is what everybody's seeking. So the reality is that we all, for example, let's say that nobody wants COVID-19, particularly in 2020, when the COVID was at the peak of the outbreak. Everybody's scared. Everybody's so scared, terrified. Everybody became hysterical to think about the COVID-19, to see that your neighbor has contracted COVID positive. Everybody's scared. Nobody wants that experience. And you want the opposite of that experience. This is what we are all same in that sense. That whether you're a believer or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. Whether you're from Asian or non-Asian, it doesn't matter. Everybody is seeking this, to stay away from miseries and to embrace the maximum ease, maximum fulfillment, or maximum happiness. That is what we're seeking. And yet, everybody is doing something. Some people, let's say you wake up and then you go to your office, you go to your company, you go to your own shop. And some people, the moment they get up, they start drinking, right? Even drinking, they think that by drinking, I get happiness. I can forget my mental anxiety, stress, and so forth. And so in other words, what I'm saying is that whatever we are doing, they are meant to take you away from suffering and give you more happiness or give you more ease. This is reality. We should not forget this. This is reality. So knowing the reality, then the deeper question comes from the dog. The dog also gets up in the morning, maybe, I don't know, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. They get up. They're busy. They're also busy. Busy for what? To look for food. And we give it a nice label. I go for job, I go for work. But I say, you're looking for food for yourself, for family members, and for everybody else. So the point is that, and then some people, you wake up, they start drinking. So why? With the intention that I'm in so much stress, anxiety. I want to just forget these by drinking, get intoxicated, and then I forget these. I become numb. And some people know this is so unwise. I shouldn't drink. I should stop drinking. I should do good things. That will give me happiness. In other words, everybody, whatever they're doing, whether they're doing wholesome or unwholesome, intended to give rise to happiness and to stay away from miseries. We should not forget it. Now, next question is that the happiness, the ease, say the lack of suffering, misery, lack of miseries, these are all mental state. So, okay, first, before we say that this is all mental state, first we say that this is all what we are seeking. These are all the results that we are seeking. This is reality. And knowing that these are the results that we are seeking, how do you seek? There are two ways of doing it. Overall speaking, or generally speaking, there are two ways of doing it. One kind of people, they employ the mind to direct it purely outside to look for happiness. This is a reality. For example, recently, I went to meet a bank manager. And bank manager, in fact, I went to meet the bank officer. And then he suggested if I can meet the bank manager also. That's okay. When I met him, say being somebody who studies psychology, who studied your empirical mind so much, the moment you interact with a person, you can figure out what is going in his mind. His mind, I would say that the moment he met me, that moment till I left, his mind is all about how what kind of people are connected with him, what kind of association connected with him, how can I connect these people associated with him to my bank. This was his mind. Somehow, right from the beginning, I could see his mind is so obsessed with that part. And I learned, okay, so this was how he was employing his mind meant to give him the happiness, the ease, and the fulfillment. And some people like Dr. Nivedaji always thinks about how can I make others happy, not that what I can get, rather how can make others happy. So like, Dr. Tenzin Dawla, what he was doing the last few days, we have been having meetings on all planning how to make the world a better place, how to make the school a vibrant place, how to give opportunity to as many schools, students from as many the schools and many experts to bring to the place, how to make the place more vibrant academically and so forth. Look, so the mind is fully dedicated, diverted towards making others happy, making the community more meaningful. And some people are so diverted to make my bank successful so that I'll get promotion. And some people, so I'm fed up with the world. So much of litigation with my brother, with my sister, with my neighbor, with this, with that, and so forth. Litigation after litigation after litigation. I'm fed up with this, and then I'd rather forget all these things. How to forget it? Drink. So this is, we see that people, they all mean to seek something in common, but how they seek, it differs. Some people, they look for pure external. Some people look for something internal qualities like compassion, the helping others, altruism, and so forth. So there are two approaches there. So with this, what we need to keep in mind is that the neuroscientists or hardcore physicists, they say within the physicists, I can see that some have an incredibly wonderful heart. For example, like the Professor Roger Penrose, a Nobel laureate in physics. Roger Penrose, why? Of course, his mind is genius, a physicist, but he has a beautiful heart. He also deals with how the emotions work. Whereas some, they just go into pure mechanical physics, mechanical biology, mechanical neuroscience, and don't really, they see the other thing as like soft science. They don't really, even touch that. So they see this as so small or so inferior. So what I'm saying is that the people differ in their approach. So with this, the next question is, do you agree with me that all of us, whether who does not take care, who do not take care of, what the mind is, what the psychology is purely mechanical. And people who do take care of the psychology of the mind, the psyche. So their approach, the answer, the question is that they take the various approaches, but these approaches are intended to give us to result the happiness and to stay away from miseries. The question is that one looks for this result outside, one looks for the result inside. And the next question is, we have the wisdom of mind training. Wisdom. What do I mean wisdom? Wisdom means somebody who who has a mental factor, the mental factor or the facet of the mind which is wise. In other words, the person is wise. Person wise. What do you mean by person who wise? I'm sure that you all heard this story. I'd like to share this anecdote with you. And some of you may not have heard this story. It's no more like anecdote. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. But it's applicable to many of us. One time, somebody was searching for a key in the night. Somebody was searching for the key under the street light. And the passerby said, "What happened?" He said that I lost my key. I'm looking for my key here. And the passerby felt very sympathetic. He was helping him. "Are you sure that you lost the key here?" He said, No. I lost the key in my house. But why are you searching here? If you lost the key in your house, why are you searching under the street light? Because in my house there's no light. In the street light, with the street light, there's light there. At least I can see. So therefore, if I search in my house, since there's no light, so I want light for me to see things. Which means that the person is looking for the key where the key can never be found. Because the key was lost in the house, not in the street. So if you look for the key in the street, you are unwise. You will never find the key. So this is exactly what many of us are doing. This is a story. If I share the story, if I ask the people to grade this person, people say this is a stupid person. If this is a stupid person, we are all stupid. Because we are looking for the happiness outside. And outside, outside what? Materials. Materials, many materials. With the materials, then if the materials will give you 100% the real happiness, then the billionaires, millionaires, all should be very happy. They should not be resorting to tranquilizers. They should not be resorting to, say, the tranquilizers, the sleeping pills, and so forth, antidepressants. But they richer, more popular, more famous, the more they depend on the tranquilizers. And look at all these the places which the common people consider as the high-fi places. So there you check on them. If you go deeper, I don't want to mention the names. If you check on them, you will see that this person is committed suicide, that person is committed suicide, that person attempted suicide. It's all about that. So where's the real happiness? This question. So the point is that whatever we are doing, whether you believe in happiness, not believe in happiness, whatever we are doing, we are seeking happiness, we are seeking the peace of mind, we are seeking fulfillment, we are seeking to get away from miseries. So if that were the case, of the two approaches, one looking for outside, one looking for inside. So of the two approaches, which is wiser? So if you take the approach which actually gives rise to happiness, say searching for the key in your house, and that is wise, because this is where the key was lost, and it can be available there, but not under the street light. If you look for under the street light, you will never find a key. So this is unwise, and we can call them as unwise people, silly people, stupid people. So we should not behave like this. These stories and anecdotes are extremely helpful to serve as a mirror for us. I am like that. I am like that. I'm looking for, say just to get a promotion, I fight with people. I tell lies. Then just to get a small, the profit. You tell lies after lies after lies. Okay, if there's any shopkeeper here, I don't mean to demean the shopkeepers. Let's say there's some extreme. I have deep respect. I adore many of shopkeepers, many of the bureaucrats, many of the politicians, many of the school teachers, administrators, whatever. There are good people everywhere, and of course, not good people also everywhere. So let's say some shopkeepers. If you go to buy, let's say, this thermos, and if the person doesn't have this thermos, they'll show you another thermos and say that, oh, this is this little bag, I want this size, smaller size. And then where can I get it? You will never get it because the manufacturer already stopped manufacturing this size. Right? So these are all just ways and means to get profit for yourself. And you approach, you seek some approach, they seek some means by which you get more profit, thinking that this will give you happiness. But is this what really gives you happiness? This is a question. You're getting it? This is not looking for the key which you lost in your house and looking for it under the street light. Okay, where you will never find it. This is what it is. So with this, having said this, I say this is very helpful. Particularly, I would say that the students associated with Dr. Niveditaji, usually I see that they are mostly between 30 and 50. In some cases, 60, 70 is also there. But generally, I can say that this is the right age group which can leave impact in your family, which can affect your, say, have a positive effect on your the colleagues, the people around you, your family, and so forth. So this is the right age. So therefore, these points we should not forget that. The first thing is that, am I looking for the key which I lost in the house, but searching for this under the street light? Just see that. Right? Which means that, are you looking for happiness outside or inside? If you look for happiness purely outside, this is my keyword, purely outside, disregarding everything to do with your internal, that is where you are looking for the lost key, the key which you lost in your house, but looking it under the street light. You will never find it. These people are called as the unwise people. And at least be kind to yourself. Be wise to yourself by being wise. How to be wise? Look for the happiness from where you can potentially find it. So what is that? What is that? You may say that, okay, he will say inside. Okay, so let us not jump to such conclusions. Let us not follow blindly. Whatever we learn, we must learn it rationally, logically, and see if that makes sense. Okay, in this connection, I also like, this is a very favorite incident which I like to share with many people. One time. So this is what I'm saying, that what we learn, don't learn blindly. Don't follow blindly. There must be reasons. It must be logical. It must be consistent with the reality. This is so important. Don't follow blindly. One time, one morning, I received a call at about like 6 o'clock, and it was a lady who used to attend my classes. And she said, Geshe-la, I'm going to give up Buddhism. I said, okay, that's fine. And when I said it's fine actually, she again insists, no, Geshe-la, I'm going to give up Buddhism. She said it 3 times. Then I said, may I know the reason? And she said that all these last 3 years, I prayed to Buddha, I prayed to Tara. What did you pray? She said, I prayed that my brother should get a job. Then I said, okay, now I got the reason why you become a Buddhist. I said that if you want your brother to get a job, you don't have to become a Buddhist. I said, if you are hungry, don't become a Buddhist, go to kitchen. If you're hungry, don't become a Buddhist, go to kitchen. If you're sick, don't become a Buddhist, go to hospital, go to seek the help of a good doctor. Same, if you want your brother to get a job, don't become a Buddhist. Instead, you tell your brother, rather than telling the Buddha, please give a job to my brother. Instead, converse. Don't converse with the Buddha. Converse with the brother. Hey, brother, don't go to the club. Don't go to nightclubs. Don't go to the pubs. Stay at home. Sit for the competitive exams. Crack the exams, and that decent job. This is what you tell. You don't become Buddhist. You don't even converse with the Buddha. You converse with your brother. So this is what I call as be very realistic. Don't follow blindly. Don't follow blindly. Don't be blind followers. Okay. Having said this, the next question is, this happiness that we are seeking, where is this happiness? Where is that lost key? Is that in the house or is that in the street light? You lost it in your house, it should be in the house, not under street light. So if you look for it under street light, you are unwise. So where is that lost happiness? Where is that happiness that you have lost? Where is that? Outside or inside? People look outside, you don't find it. Because billionaires, if they is purely outside, which means material, then the billionaires, millionaires, they all should have it perfectly in the most exotic form. But they depend on tranquilizers, antidepressants, sleeping pills, which means that what they get is, looking for happiness, they get anxiety. So they don't get happiness. So where is this happiness that we are seeking? So for this, two questions. One is that, is there a real happiness? Is there real ease? This is the first question. If it's not there, then our effort is just pointless. If it is there, where is it? This next question. Answer is yes, it is there. It is there. It is there. How do you know this? How do you know this? Okay. So, say, squeezing a handful of sunflower seeds, squeezing a handful of sand, squeezing a handful of sand, no matter how much you squeeze it, no oil. Don't expect oil coming out of that. Squeezing a handful of sunflower seeds, oil does come out. So there's a potential oil there. Likewise, say outside we have been looking for happiness. We never found it. It's like squeezing a handful of sand. Now, the next option is internal, if it does exist within us. So for this, before we say yes or no, let me take you to one, say say with a question. How many of you in your life, at least you have once in a lifetime, you experience, at least one time in your life, you experience a genuine happiness. Such a joy, such a peace, incredibly profound peace and happiness. How many of you had at least experienced it one time in your life? Raise hands. Good. All of us. And oftentimes, I ask this question to share their experience of this beautiful moment. So we see that okay, anyone here who likes to share your moment, the beautiful moment, really beautiful, genuinely beautiful, genuinely beautiful. Anyone who likes to share this moment with us, raise your hands. Raise hands. Anyone who likes to share? Okay, Abhishekta.
Hi, Geshla. It's so good to see you again. So this was basically when we had gone traveling, and I had heard and seen enough pictures of the Aurora Borealis where the sky completely changes colors, and this actually a dance of lights. And when I saw it in person for the first time, I can't even, after so many years, I still can't express the joy it gave me. It was so pure. It was so marvelous. And it was just,
and in fact,
simple.
from your expression, I can see that you really experience it. You use the word like dance of the light. It's beautiful. Thank you. I can imagine that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Beautiful. Just imagine a beautiful moment in your life. Raise hands. Yes. The Namrata.
I think it was when I held my first son in my arms. I felt happy with the second one also, but with the first one, that moment of the, actually holding a baby, I think, when somebody just tells me true joy and happiness, that's the only first thing that I think of.
Day one, you held your son
The
in
minute.
your arm. The first minute that you held. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else who likes to share your thought? Anyone? Raise hands. Raise hands. That'd be wonderful. Sharing. This is beautiful. In fact, Abhishek shared about the dance of the light. So exotic that you can't really express in words, where the joy is so pure. And Namrataji's expression of her joy, you can't believe that such a joy existed, right? The first moment of holding one's own child. And okay, that is, the first moment is beautiful. Usually I pray that this first moment lasts forever. This usually I pray for, for Namrata also and everyone, right? Well, one time there was this is just a sharing, to all of us, not to take it as offense. I have a neighbor, and the mother was, whenever I visit the mother was uneducated, and the elderly lady, and she would always say that my son is not getting married, my son is not getting married. This was her, the worry, concern all the time. And then one day, the son was married, and she was so happy. What is that? Bahu? Is the daughter-in-law? Okay. So then she would say that my bahu is just amazing. My bahu is amazing, amazing, amazing. So deep inside me, I'm lost in prayers. May this amazing last forever. This is my prayer. This is my prayer. Not okay, maybe about like before, just a few months later, when I visited her and her husband passed away to stroke, and then she would say that, but my son, my bahu, they go to movies. Of course, they're young. They can go to movies. So what's the problem? What's the problem, right? So then I thought, okay, so my prayer is not answered. I could see that my prayer is not answered. Now amazing is gone, right? And then one point in the nights, I could hear the screaming. I thought that, okay, now it's not good. So I must go down to create peace there, to solve this problem. So I went down, and the son was just facing the wall on the corner, and the mother was crying, and the bahu was on the other side in the end of the room crying. And then it was extremely painful. So what I'm saying is that, and then in fact, even with the children create so much a problem on the parents. Parents is as though like they've given birth to the child. Usually son is a problem. Less with the daughters. Usually son is a problem. It's as though like you are celebrating the birth of a child to torture you in your old age. You're celebrating, the word, the prospective torture they're going to receive from your children. So painful. But it's not the case with all the children. So I expect each one of you to be good children to your parents. And if your parents are still alive, I would highly, highly, highly share with you that you are very fortunate. Don't take your parents as your burden. You are very fortunate, and take that as a great, great, great merit, opportunity, blessing for you, that you still have somebody to call as my mom, somebody to call as my dad. This is so precious for me. For me, since I was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I crave to call somebody as my mom. But in this world, there was no one in this world since I was 5, nobody to be called as my mom. I did not have this opportunity since I was 5. So all of us who had this opportunity, this is a great moment. So how Namrataji shared her experience of the joy of having given birth to a child, a son, right? Who is that son? He does not know the mother at that point. He does not know the mother. But there's somebody in the world, and nobody knows you except for your 2 parents and your nearby family members in the world. Nobody knows existence. But there's somebody who sees you as the world. And who's that child? Who's that child? Who is that very meritorious child? Very fortunate child. Each one of us, we have been that. So who is seeing us as the world? When nobody in the world knows you, is your mother, is your father. Let's not forget it. Let's not forget it. So this is, if you start as the saying goes, charity begins at home. So if you see that is the ambience of incredible joy within me. Today, just imagine, today, suddenly you meet somebody younger, older, or same age, whatever, someone who genuinely loves you as much as how your parents love you when you were just 1 old. How will you describe that person? You will see that this is angel of the world, angel from the God, angel of the Buddha, angel of Ram, angel from Prophet Muhammad, Mahavir, Jesus Christ. You will describe that person as an angel, amazing, right? And in fact, you really had the angel, almost like, if not 100%, 90% of the people had the experience of angel protecting you. Who's that? Your parents. And yet you don't count on them. You don't count them as your angels. And if somebody displays the same quality, you'll see this is an angel, this is a real God, this is a real Buddha, this is a real Bodhisattva. So this is where the grass is always greener on the other side. What you have, you don't count on them. Okay. So with this, the question is that, did you ever get a very profound joy within you? We are all seeking joy. We are all seeking happiness. This happens. Did you ever get this happiness? Answer is yes. We all have this experience. For example, how Namrataji shared with us that if not 100%, 90% of the people, the parents, when you're born, they felt you as the world for them. So precious, so precious. So that feeling today, if you can replicate it, what your mother felt was you, if you can replicate it, that somebody is giving this happiness to you, this love and affection towards you, you can feel this love and affection within you, exuding. So beautiful. Okay. And one time, I asked the same question to a group of the participants of the teaching in another place there. And the one gentleman from England, he described it so beautifully. The most beautiful moment in his life was the day one when he held the hand of his 1-day-old daughter. And when he was saying this, he became so emotional. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. And who's that little 1-day-old girl, 1-day-old boy? Who is that? Each one of us. Each one of us. Let's not forget it. Let's not forget it. That is the joy that your parents feel with you. And you did not do anything good to your parents. Nobody in the world knows you. But for your parents, you are the gold, you are the diamond, you are the world for them. So this is the enormous joy that they felt for you. Okay, the next, Wow, that's amazing. Next question is, if I can sustain this experience, this happiness, if I can replicate this happiness within me and that I can sustain it, then that would be wonderful. If there's a pill, you consume the pill and you can feel the joy, how Namrita felt, how your parents felt when you're born. For most of us, if you take a pill and you could feel this joy, then there's the billionaires, millionaires will all buy this, the pills will be just out of stock very quickly. The billionaires, they will pay billions of dollars, millions of dollars to buy this. But there's no such pill. What's the secret of this happiness? This is what we're going to explore. Training the mind, the wisdom of training the mind to cultivate the universal compassion of the Bodhicitta. So this topic is the pill for us, so that we can experience this bountiful joy and happiness and sustained happiness and expansive happiness that we are seeking. Okay. So for this, what we said is that we did experience that happiness in our life. We did experience. So it is there. But where is it coming from? Is it come from it is flowing from Namrita holding the child? Is it coming from the child to you, or this comes from inside? This is my question. Whatever happiness that you felt, a genuine happiness that once you felt, I remember said that for me, my sharing of the experience of this happiness would be when I was just like age 3 or 4. I lost my mother when I was 5. When I was age 3 or 4, and my mother was totally uneducated, illiterate, my both parents. And we're in a very, very, very remote place, totally remote. And my mother just, my father must be doing some very simple business, very, very, very crude, simple business. And my mother in a very remote village. And then the 3 children, the winter craving for sun, and on a huge rock boulder, the flat where she was set, and she would hold her 3 children around her, all small, myself, age 3 or 4, and I being the youngest one, I had the privilege of being in the center. And then she would sing a song, a very simple folk song. And that, today I remember, that's the most beautiful day in my life. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful that this little boy had no responsibility, all taken care of by his mother, right? Including food, whatever he discarded, she will take care of them. This boy does not have any that responsibility. So that's the most beautiful moment. Anything that I do is so beautiful, it's magic in the eyes of this mother. This is how she loved me. This is how the joy that I felt. So when I was like age 8 or 9, which means after like 3 years, I've lost my mother. And in the school, this little boy forgot the mother. In school, during the interclass song competition, Tibetan song competition, the teacher taught a particular song. At the moment the teacher sang the song, instantly this little boy started to cry. You know why? This song was a song which this boy heard 3 years before, when he was in the lap of his mother, the mother singing the song. And all these memories of the beautiful days, they just came back in the memory of this little boy, and he could not contain his tears. This is the most beautiful moment to be in the embrace of the mother's love. So what I'm saying is we all experience that, but is that joy coming from the mother or coming from inside? So mother is the trigger. For example, you squeeze the handful of the sand. The hand squeezing, that is the trigger. If there's oil, the oil should come from the sand, not from the hands. but no oil come up from the sand. But if you squeeze a handful of sunflower seeds, yes, the oil comes out. So the mother is like the trigger. And the joy that this little boy was feeling was coming from inside. So the source of joy is inside. So this is what the confidence that we can get. It doesn't matter whether you are male or female, whether you're educated or uneducated, whether you believe or not believe, it doesn't matter. Everybody has the seed of joy inside. The real joy is inside. When you really love the other person so much, then you eat a very simple food together. Even that food is so delicious. Whereas if you don't like the other person at all, somehow you're forced to take a very conventionally known as very delicious food, you will not feel the taste. You just like to throw, they say, leave that altogether. You will not feel the taste. So the real joy and happiness is not outside, it's inside. This is the first conviction that we need to get. This is the first conviction that we need to get. Next question is, this joy, what degree of this joy do you want? This question. 10%? 20%? 30%? Anyone? What degree of joy, what degree of happiness that you want? Just for one day? Or 10 days? Or 1 year? Or 1 hour a day? 2 hours a day? Tell me. Say, what degree of happiness do you want? What degree of joy do you want? Anyone? Raise hands, quick. Raise hands, raise hands. Raise hands. Okay. Dwani Vivekji.
Yeah. I want it all the time, every day of my life.
All the time, every day, 24/7. Raise hands. We agree with Dwani. Raise hands. 24/7, 24/7, right? They say the so I don't want this, say the immediate, say a short-term happiness, very nice, and then ending up into the anecdote. One anecdote I'd like to share with you. So these are all the real life, and then from there we should be able to see where's the real happiness. You're getting it? Where's the real happiness? Okay. One time, I have a friend, a very, very senior professor, and I hardly meet him easily. So once I met him, and he said that, Dorji, you must come to my house to stay with he and his wife for the next 4 or 5 days. I said that I already did a booking of the hotel room, and he said, no, you just quit it and come to my house. And I said, no, I'm very serious. I already did the booking. And he said, no, come to my house. He was insisting. I was just wondering. So because I respected him so much, so I could not say no too strongly. So I accepted. Okay, it's fine. Then I quit the booking. And then we finished the program, and he was I got into his car, and I told him, okay, professor, we're going to your house. Your wife is waiting there. You have to inform her first. You call her. And he said, what did he say? He said that, okay, fine, don't worry. So let's move and close the house. I will call her. She did not call. He did not call. And then, because I went there already once before, and closer to his house, again I reminded him, hey, now it's time, call her. Then he reluctantly called and said that I'm bringing Dorji with me. Then we reached the house. Reaching the house, and there's his wife is extremely kind person, very kind person, amazingly kind. But that day is very different. That day, she was she was standing at the door like a policeman, like this. And I greeted. Good evening. She said, "Good evening, Dorji." This is not her style, but today is like a policeman sitting like this. "Good morning, Dorji." And then out of respect, I pushed the professor first, and the professor pushing me. Why? No, please go ahead. He was pushing me. He was pushing. What happened? Something's wrong, right? And the lady who's otherwise so gentle, nice, she's like a policeman like this. "Good evening, Dorji." And the professor's pushing me, right? And then finally agreed. Then I went in. And then we all got in. And then in the course of discussion, I said, "Professor Vivekji." Okay. Then so I said, "Dorji, he does not deserve G." Wow, blasted. The whole house was blasted. Oh no, now I know the reason why my professor insisted me to come. So he actually invited me to be a shelter, to be like, what is that? Shield protection, from his wife. Okay, so so what I'm saying, so we are seeking 24 hours, 24/7 happiness, not just temporary, right? Not like this. Okay, it should be 24/7. What Dwani Aji said, we seek happiness every moment, every day, every year, right? Eternally. Question is, okay, so from what we've learned thus far, we come to know that the happiness, if at all, genuine happiness, if it does exist, it does not exist outside. So seeking it outside is like looking for the key lost in the house, but searching there under the street light. This is so unwise. If at all it exists, it should exist within. If at all the key can be found, it can be found in the house, not outside. Okay. The next question: what degree of happiness do we seeking? Or if possible, 100% happiness, eternal happiness. The next question is, does it exist? Does it exist? This question. So from this, what we learn is that yes, there is a moment of happiness, although it didn't last long, but there is a moment of genuine happiness, very, very extremely pure happiness. It is there, but can I sustain it to make it eternal? This is the next question. So for this, we need to say, okay, this is my question to you. So what we seek is that, if possible, lasting happiness, eternal happiness, 100% happiness. My question is, okay, such a happiness, what we call as 100% happiness, eternal happiness, does it exist? A genuine happiness, it does exist. But does it exist eternally lasting? Such happiness, does it exist? This is my question. Okay, just be very honest. Who will say that? No, it is not possible. Raise hands. No, it is not possible. To be very honest, no, it's not possible. Raise hands. Okay. And not sure, raise hands. Okay. Yes, it is there. Yes, it is possible. Raise hands. Okay. Say if you feel that it's not possible, be very honest. Be very honest. And yet, say when you feel it, when you express it, there are two ways of expressing it. It's not possible, whatever you say, it doesn't make any sense. You outrightly reject it. This is one way of not accepting it. Another way of not accepting it is that my personal view is it doesn't exist. But if there's a choice, if there's a possibility that I can get it, I'll be happy to get it. But I personally think that it's not possible. So if somebody wants to share the thought, I'll be happy to listen to. I'm being sympathetic, or I'm in the positive to listen to these ideas. Okay, how many are positive, wanting to listen to these ideas? Raise hands. That, Okay, at least let somebody share whether it's possible or not possible. Okay, good. So this openness is required. So where no, it's not possible, not possible, then you just deprive yourself of these possibilities. Whereas you can feel, I don't know, I don't think it's possible. But if you want to say something, I'm there to listen to you. Okay. So the question, next question to you is that the from this, the beautiful moments, like how the Namrataji explained, Namrata the shared her experience, that's coming from the affection. It's all because of the affection to the child that you feel this tremendous joy. This is very true. Where you, the secret of happiness, the factor for this happiness is this the mental emotion of affection. Affection. At the same time, keep in mind that more intense the affection, more pain you feel when something goes wrong to the other side. You agree? You agree? For example, let's say that you love your mother so much. The mother loves the child so much. And if something bad happens to the child or to the mother that you love so much, then your pain is acutely enormous, unbearable pain. How many agree with me? Raise hands. Acutely painful. I remember one incident that I was in my 20s in my monastery, and there was a worker, the mother and the father, old mother and the old couple. And one Sunday, their son also joined to help the parents whitewashing the walls. And son also joined. Son must be just 18 or 19 or 20. He joined to help the two parents. That's amazing. Amazing. Nowadays, their children forget about helping the parents. They always complain, fight, extract from the parents, just creating nuisance on the parents, creating anxiety to the parents. This is so sad, so sad. Whereas this boy, during his holiday, the Sunday off, he came to help the parents. He came to help parents to whitewash. And then at one point, he fell from 2-story building. He fell. He remained unconscious. Then everybody took him to the car to take to the hospital. And the two parents, they were doing the whitewashing somewhere else in some other buildings. They came to hear about this. They ran. I was just watching how what the mother was doing. In South India, I don't know whether it's everywhere in South India, but at least in Karnataka state. So where something, you say something bad happens to the other side, so mentally you are taking that by doing like this, touching the other person's the feet or whatever, and then you touch it back to you, saying that I'm taking it back. This mother seeing the son lying in the unconscious state in the car, the mother literally became hysterical and just coming there and just doing like this. Just imagine the enormous pain of the mother. Okay. So why this enormous pain? Because the mother loves the child so much. How many agree with me, in a sense? So in other words, from this what we learn is that there's enormous affection. There's a potential enormous pain that can accompany the affection. We agree? Raise hands. Okay. Now let me give you a choice. Let me give you 3 choices. And then you choose one. Only one. The first choice. First choice which we already have. So much affection, and accompanied by so much of pain, right? Which we all have. You love somebody more than you love, during the separation, more the pain. Separation in terms of losing the other person becoming sick, and so forth. The pain is so acute. Okay, this is one choice. Choice number 2, no pain, no gain, right? You don't love, so no, there's no pain, right? You lose your family members because you don't love the other person so much. So it's like, yeah, this is natural. This is natural call. This is the nature of life, right? But if you really love the other person, you will never say this. You'll not say this. But if you don't love the other person, yeah, that's true. That's very sad. But then everybody has to go through this. You can easily say this. You don't feel the pain, no gain. This is number 2 choice. Number 3, affection is at the height. So much affection with no side effect of the pain. No pain at all. Enormous happiness, enormous love and affection, no pain. 3 choices. Which of the 3 do you want? Raise hands quick. Manish? Number 3. Raviji? Number 3. Okay. Number 3, raise hands.
Number 3.
Raviji, number 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 3, raise hands. All those who would go for number 3? Okay. Yes. Number 3. Recently, one of my friends, he lost his mother, and then he was doing the cremation, and then he is the main person, the main person in the family, head of the family, and all the family members were there, and he was doing the all these procedures related to the cremation. And when he saw that his mother's body was put on the pyre, suddenly he broke into tears. Okay, now what happened? There's so much love, now so much pain. You getting it? So what I told him is, okay, some people, they may think that, what? I'm going through a problem, but you don't feel the pain, right? You don't love me. This is how the ordinary people's understanding. So to express love and affection, other person should also feel the pain. This is how the ordinary people's understanding. But the pain is nothing good. Nobody wants a pain. If it's a real love, you should not be in pain. If it is a real genuine love and affection, say if the person A loves me, genuine love and affection, when you're in problem, you would wish that person A should not have the pain because of me. But oftentimes, when you see the other person, person B is not feeling the painful over your pain problems, you don't feel the pain. I'm going through a problem. You don't love me. Okay, this is a very mundane love and affection. So what we seek is that your love and affection is so intense and the pain is 0. Where you go through difficulties, the loss of near and dear ones and so forth, your pain should not be there. The pain doesn't do anything good. So what I told this gentleman is that, hey, be mindful, be aware. You are the head of your family. If you break down, everybody else will break down. You should remain strong. I know that you love your mother so much, but still you should remain strong for your other family members. I told him. So the point is that only if the pain is not there, you can remain strong. You can remain strong. With the love and affection, you will benefit by remaining strong so that you will not collapse, and the other people, your family members, can continue to benefit from you. Whereas if you collapse, then the other family members will suffer badly. Okay. So the point is that from this, what you see is that, oh, now there's another dimension here. Yes, there's so much love and affection, which is the secret of happiness. Along with the love and affection, there's a pain accompany. So now things become more sophisticated. Yes, the most beautiful moment is when you feel this genuine love and affection from somebody. And alongside the love and affection, there's a pain also coming. Okay. So I gave you 3 choices, that so much pain, so much happiness because of so much love and affection, and so much pain when the other person goes through difficulties. Number 2, no pain, no gain. You don't love, you have no pain. Number 3, you love the other person so much, but no pain. 3. Of the 3, we all prefer number 3. Next question, is it possible? Again, So this is how we resort to happiness, not blindly, but through logical consistency with the reality, and through exploring what the reality is. Okay, so for this, we need to first see that this love and affection has to be cultivated, and how to get into this pain while the love and affection goes so intense, strong, but the pain is not there. How to make it happen? Okay. So for this, this takes us to 2 points. Number one is cultivating this universal compassion. This is number one. And we said wise mind training of the mind, the wisdom of the mind training. Wisdom meaning where you cultivate this, where you train your mind in universal compassion, but without the pain accompanying this. You intensify the compassion, and then as a byproduct, you also intensify the pain. This is not what you require. You intensify the compassion, but the pain is reduced if that is possible. So one side, intensifying compassion is possible. The other side, how to remove the pain. This is the next question. For this, the element in the topic that we have is the wisdom. We need to have the wisdom where, like for example, okay, what do you do? Say, somebody gives you, let's say, somebody gives you a solid gold. This is let's say 1 kg solid gold. But this gold is a red burning gold. It's a fire. It's subjected to acute heat, and it is red burning gold, right? So fire, I cannot hold it. It'll burn me. But if I throw this, I'm throwing gold. Oh no, I should not throw gold. I hold the gold, it burns me, right? The gold is like the joy that you get out of your affection. And the gold is very precious. So there's intense affection, and it burns. This gold is the red burning, the fire. It burns. There is a pain, the burning pain accompanying that. So what should you do? You want the gold, but you don't want the fire. What should you do? Anyone? What advice would you give me? You want the gold, but you don't want the fire. What will you do? Quick. Somebody? Okay, Raviji.
Throw water on it. Cold water on the gold. Don't receive it, but throw water on it.
Put as I say, dip the gold in the cold water. Right? The fire is gone and the gold is intact. You're getting it? This is wisdom. Otherwise, what we do is that either you keep holding the gold and burning your hand. Oh, it's gold. It continues to burn your hand. Or you're throwing gold. Oh, it is burning my hand. So I don't keep it. You throw it, you're throwing gold. So wise person will subject the gold, this burning gold, into cold water, that the fire is gone and the gold is not lost. So what is that approach? That is the wisdom. This is the wisdom of training the mind. We should learn how to train your mind in such a way that the gold of love and affection is not compromised and the pain is removed altogether. This is wisdom. Okay, so for this matter, so we need both, and particularly touching on the 8 verses of mind training. 8 verses of mind training. This teaching it consists of 8 verses, 8 stanzas, composed by one great Tibetan teacher, Geshe Dorji Damdul. And this is incredibly great wisdom to learn how to to intensify your love and affection, that your joy is intensified. And meanwhile, to remove the burning, the sensation, the burning, the facet of the gold, there is a pain accompanying the love and affection. How to remove that? So this is the wisdom taught in the 8 verse mind training. Okay. So from this, there are 2 things that we need to learn. One is how to cultivate this love and affection, and the other one is how to remove the pain. There are 2 things there. So for this, what I'll share with you is that let's say that for example, in the case of the Namrata, right, when she was holding her child versus she was holding the child of the neighbor, right, the feeling is very different. Namrata, you agree with me?
Yes.
Right? We all will agree, right? We all will agree. But the flesh is flesh, right? Your son's skin and your neighbor's child's skin is the same. But feelings are different. What makes the difference? Is it that the Namrata son's skin has a magic power? Anybody touch it and that there's so much joy comes? No, the neighbors touch it, will not feel that. So what makes the Namrata feel that? Anyone raise hands? Yes, Manish. Unmute, Manish. Unmute.
Yeah, sense of
Okay.
ownership. Yeah, ownership, mindness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sense of ownership. Okay, this thermos is mine, and then I touch it. No, I don't get a pleasant feeling. Oh, beautiful feeling, right? No, I don't feel it.
No, mindness.
Right?
It's mind.
No, this is mine. Yes.
Yeah.
This thermos is mine. Yeah. The Manish don't think that this is not mine. This is mine. I touch it. I don't feel that. Right? And Namrata, her cloth is her own cloth. Yeah, it belongs to her. She touches it. She doesn't feel that. Anyone else who likes to give the reason? Anyone? These are so important. These are the psychology. Anyone? Raise hands. Okay. Rosita.
There's a deep connection that you can feel within you.
Okay, deep connection. Yes, I'm deeply connected with my school. I'm deeply connected with my school, and I'm deeply connected with the Delhi pollution. I'm deeply connected with Delhi pollution, but don't I feel that? The moment I think of the Delhi pollution, it makes me headache. It doesn't give this joy. Anyone else? Yes, what Rositaji is saying something. There's something there which so it's a matter of articulation. Anyone else? Okay, Namrata herself. Yeah, that's better.
I think it's unconditional love, like irrespective of how he would have been, whether it was he, she, in any condition, there would have been the same feeling. So there were no conditions attached to it.
Okay, so look how she so beautifully explained it, because it's her experience. You're getting it? Manish explained it very mechanically. What is that? Ownership, right? So if Manish feels the same thing towards his mother, right? He will explain it in the same way. Unconditional love. He'll explain this word comes when there's unconditional actually within. Okay. So yes, it's the love and affection. Love and affection, that the mere touch gives you such a beautiful experience inside. Love and affection. And love and affection can be, love and affection, there are 2 kinds. There are 2 kinds. Say, mother's love and affection towards the child. Generally speaking, mother's love towards the love and affection towards the child, and love and affection between the husband and wife or the boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Particularly the first week. The first week, the affection is so intense. It's so like the other person will give you 100%, everything to you. right? So there are two things there, and then this does not last too long. It does not last too long. So that one, there's a difference there. There's a difference there. And yes, of course, you know what I'm saying. The difference is that one, as Namrata just said, that is more like unconditional. And many of you may debate with me, debate with Namrata ji, whether it's really unconditional. But conventional saying it's unconditional, you know. Whereas the other side, between, for example, the first week, 1 month, the first month relationship between boyfriend, girlfriend, is so intense. Oftentimes it does not last because it is not unconditional. It is like a business transaction. There's a business transaction there. When you don't get the benefit, then it stops. Oftentimes this is a problem. So in other words, even this love and affection, there are two. When you feel this, there's a tremendous joy, no doubt. But one is sustainable, other one doesn't sustain. Why the other one doesn't sustain is because that is mixed with the selfish interest. Same, the love and affection driven by the selfish interest, that doesn't really last too long. Love and affection not driven by selfish interest. This is what is known as the unconditional, not under the condition of my benefit. So this is known as the unconditional love. But we can explore, and if you're interested, I'll be very happy to touch more on this part, what is known as the unconditional love, whether or not the mother's love towards the child is unconditional. This is a question. But and comparing the two sides, no doubt we can say that in comparison with the other side, the mother's love towards the child is unconditional. But I'll be very happy to discuss in this part if you are keen on that. Okay, so we have another half an hour. Let me quickly summarize what we said thus far so that you can consolidate what we've learned, and on that basis, I'd like to invite some questions from you. The first thing is that whatever we do, for example, saying why did you join Dr. Nivedita's class, or why did you join this class, right? This is the question, and there should be no fixed answer. That everyone can have different answers. All answers are correct as long as it is coming from your heart. As long as it's coming from your heart. This is one thing that I'd like to share with you, number one. Number two, that we need to identify that what are you seeking? I joined the class because of this reason, that reason, or whatever. So from this, we can deduce that whatever we are doing, be it somebody whose mind is always after money, somebody whose mind is always after family, somebody whose mind is always after alcohol, always after adventure, always after education, always after helping others, or they're always after your own meditation. So whatever you're doing, just see what is the main purpose. What's the main reason behind what are you doing, this next thing? From this, we learn that we are running away from miseries and we are seeking happiness. And the happiness that is seeking and the miseries that we want to shun, these two things, everyone, even a tiny insect, sometimes you must have all noticed that. There's some tiny insects, when you try to touch it, it pretends as though like it is dead. It is a mechanism to protect itself. Because this tiny insect doesn't want to be harmed by somebody. Doesn't want this harm. So when it run away from the harm, and the mechanism by which to do so was pretending as though like it is dead. So in other words, all what you're doing is either to get away from miseries, or to embrace happiness. This is one thing that we have learned. The next question is this happiness that we are seeking, say in order to say build a house, we need to get the materials, courses. So happiness that we want, we seek, we need to go after the causes of the happiness. And what is the approach to the causes, or what is the approach to the happiness? So people differ in their approaches. Some they direct themselves purely outside. Some they direct inside. So the directing outside, what we said is that, do you really get happiness? If you really get happiness outside, then the billionaires, millionaires, they should not be depending on the tranquilizers, antidepressants, sleeping pills, and so forth, which means that it's not purely outside. So with this knowledge and still seeking happiness outside is like seeking the lost key, the key which you lost in your house, but looking for it under the street light. Because there's a light there. In my house, there's no light. On the street light, there's a light. So therefore, I'm looking for the key there. You will never find it because this is not a place where you have lost it. If at all the key is there, it should be in your house. So looking for the key on the street light, that is unwise. You will never find it. Why unwise? Because you are looking for something which you will never find there. So those people who seek it inside your house, that is a wise person. So outside, inside, those people who seek happiness purely outside, this is unwise. You will never get it. And now, if at all there's the happiness, genuine happiness, it should be inside. Is it really inside? Don't follow blindly. If it's inside, again, the same, think of logical consistencies and experiential consistencies. Thinking of that, we see that we all have a genuine experience of happiness at least once in your life. So what is that happiness like? For example, how Namrati shared with us that the love that you feel towards your child, when you feel that, there's a tremendous joy coming to mind. That's happiness. So this happiness coming, let's say, the mere you touch the child, there's a tremendous joy. The skin of your child, the skin of somebody else's child, there's no difference. Why you get this joy only when you touch your child's skin? It's not because of the touch, it's because of the feeling of love and affection. That is additional coming from you towards the child, towards your child, not towards your neighbor's child. So that makes the difference. Child is just a trigger. Your child is a trigger, but the real happiness comes from this love and affection. This love and affection is from within. So from this, we get a feeling that, yes, the source of happiness is inside. This is one thing that we discovered. The next, that this happiness that you got, what degree of happiness do you want? Do you want it just one time in whole 1 year? Or let's say that you just wanted the very small intensity, less intensity, or you want is most intense and eternally. Everybody said that, yes, we want it most intense and eternal. Is it possible? This next question. So this is where we say that it is possible. The topic that we have is the cultivating the universal compassion. Universal compassion. Okay, so we have to cultivate this. Yes, it is possible. This love affection can be cultivated. So the next question that arose is that as you cultivate this love and affection, there's a side effect to this. What is the side effect? More the love and affection, more the pain that you feel at the time of separation. When something goes wrong to the other side, there's a problem. There's a side effect there. More the love and affection, more the pain that you get when you see the loss of the near and dear ones and so forth. So the next question is again, okay, that's very complicated. If I intensify love and affection, the more the pain that I feel at time of separation, something goes wrong to the other side. There's again a reality. Again, we should make sure that what we're doing accords with the reality. So reality must not be ignored. So from this, we come to realize that, okay, if I can dream
of the intense love and affection towards others, whereby I can intense joy within me without the pain, side effect, the pain. Is it possible? So I said 3 choices. So much pain, so much happiness because of so much of the love and affection, alongside so much of pain. This is one choice. Another choice, no pain, no gain. You don't love the other person. You don't feel the pain when you lose the other person. No pain, no gain. Number 2, so much love and affection without the side effect of the pain. No pain at all. Of the 3 choices, what you said is that third one is the best. Third one. Next question. Can we get it? Is it possible? The third one. Is it possible? So for this, what he said is this requires wisdom. The example of the gold, burning gold, a solid 1 kg gold, but red burning, hot burning gold, burning. So is gold so precious? You hold it, it burns your hands. It burns it? No, it burns me. I throw this, you're throwing gold. So some people said, no, I don't care whether it's gold, it burns me. What's the use of this? If it burns me, you throw it and you're throwing the gold. And some people, no, I don't want to throw the gold. It's so precious. You keep holding it, it keeps burning you. So with these 2 options, we see that in both ways there's a problem. So how can I have the gold without the hand being burned? What should I do? You need the wisdom. What wisdom? Put this burning gold in a cold water. The fire is gone. The gold is intact. Likewise, we require a skill. We require wisdom. That is known as the wisdom. Wisdom, you can intense love and affection to give you so much of joy and happiness, but without the side effect of the pain. Is it possible? Yes, this is known as the wisdom. When you cultivate the wisdom. Okay, so I'll stop here for this session, and we still have like 19 minutes. I'd like to entertain some questions, if you have questions. Raise hands if you have questions. Raise hands if you have questions. You can come with any questions. Particularly, better still would be if the question is related to our real life experience. Raise hands. Okay, Abhishita.
Gisela, this is something that I have been struggling for a while in terms of when you say, love and compassion and universal compassion. And when it extends outside of yourself, from family to society and all that, there is also the whole aspect of somebody being either taken for granted, or how does one create the boundary around it? Because one should not also be naive that, because you're kind or because you are being understanding, there is also sometimes people take advantage of that, right? How do we make that balance happen?
Okay, what Abhishekta is saying is, okay, Abhishekta, just correct me if I got it wrong. What she's saying is that you can't talk about universal compassion, which means that you can talk about extending your love and affection beyond your family to outside people. But in the process, while doing so, you are bound to meet with the very complicated people who take advantage, who are opportunists, who take advantage of your compassion, and then the more you show compassion, the more the advantage the other people take. So you suffer more, and eventually you suffer from what is known as compassion fatigue. Right? How should I get away from the compassion fatigue? Particularly meeting with the people, the opportunists, people who take advantage of your compassion. How should I deal with this? Is your question? Okay, how many of you have the same question? Raise hands. Okay, good. This is the question which comes to us. Good. Okay, the Abhishekta, tell me, what's the problem with you if somebody takes advantage of your compassion? Quick. Unmute, unmute,
Sorry.
unmute. Yes.
So when somebody starts taking advantage, then there is no boundary. Then there is the
No,
lines.
boundary is not important. What's the problem with you? Do you have a boundary with your child?
No, I don't know
Yes, the
that
boundary is not
child-
necessary. Why do you want boundary with outsiders? Why do you don't keep a boundary with your child?
It's like the whole thing that which Gandhi had said, no, like if somebody slaps you in one face, you extend the other.
No. You don't quote Gandhi.
No,
Don't
I'm just
quote
saying
Buddha.
as an example.
No, don't
like
quote.
how
Don't
to
quote.
explain this
Share your
better.
experience. No,
Oh.
Abhishekta, just share your experience. What do you feel? Why do you think? So these are the same. I'm not rejecting your position. I want you to understand, your real thinking. You're getting it? By asking you these questions, it's not just Abhishekta. Each one of us, imagine as though like I'm asking you, each one of us. Oh yes, this question also holds true to me. I also create boundary with you. I also create the boundary with the way Abhishekta wants to create the boundary. I also want to create boundary with other people, right? So he's asking the question not to Abhishek, actually asking the question to me. This is what we should know. If you know this, then you will know what you are really seeking, and yet you can revolutionize your thinking. You're getting it? You can revolutionize the thinking. Okay, so I think you all understood the question. This is very good. You all understood the question. So for this, there are two measures. You're getting it? There are two measures. The same are the Abhishekta, the medicines are good or not? Multivitamins, they're good or not?
They are.
They're good. But then there is a label there. There's a label there which creates the boundary. We said that keep out of reach of children.
Yes.
If it's good, why don't you let the children also have it? Why do you create a boundary with the children with these medicines? Why, Abhishekta?
Because they're not old enough and mature enough to take that in.
They're not mature enough, right?
Yeah.
They're not mature enough. We need boundary when we are not mature enough. You're getting it? So the point is that keep out of reach of children. So simply because we are learning universal compassion, the wisdom of mind training to cultivate the universal compassion of the Bodhicitta. Oh, we are learning this, and from tomorrow I have to, show compassion towards all the people there, the shopkeepers, the people who cheat, they deceive me, the taxi drivers, the people who abuse me in the workplace. I should show compassion to them, and then very soon you will come back and say that it doesn't really work. I give up. You're getting it? So we should be very realistic. We should be very realistic. Realistic meaning that medicines are very good, but it should be exposed only to the people who are matured. It must be kept away from the children who are not matured. Likewise, these practices, but these children, so for example, when you're 5 or 6, these medicines, multivitamins, so forth, to be kept away from you, right? Now, is it that the medicine should be kept away from you all throughout your life? No. One day you will reach a point where you are matured enough. You're getting it? So the same practice that we're doing, so the same practice like the medicines, so precious. But the small children can overdose, right? We should be very realistic. So small children must be protected. Likewise, we are like small children pertaining to this sophisticated practice, because of which we require two measures. One is short-term measure and the long-term measure. So what we are teaching here, because it's just for a few sessions. Today we have about like 3 sessions, and then 3 sessions. What? How many sessions do we have today? 3 sessions, and tomorrow 2 sessions. Total 5 sessions. 5 sessions is nothing. So in 5 sessions, we can't imagine covering every detail. So we'll just give you the blueprint, and then the minor details where you feel interested. You have to bring this up during your question answer session. You get it? Okay. So for this, we require 2 measures. One is the immediate measure and the long-term measure. Immediate measure, I'm very impressed by His Holiness the Dalai Lama's comment. His Holiness, one time when he was giving a public address, at the end of the questions session, somebody asked the same question to His Holiness. Your Holiness, you talk about compassion all the time, but in real life, I say the more compassionate you are, the more the people take advantage of you. So what should you do? Then His Holiness put it so beautifully. He said that if a mad dog comes, don't say compassion, run away. You're getting it? This is how we should be very realistic, where you have the potential. You have the potential to take care of the mad dog and then make the mad dog a sane dog. Insane dog to a sane dog. Give sanity to the dog, do it. If you cannot do it, run away, right? At least protect yourself. So likewise, say when we are like a small child who does not have the capacity, who is not mature enough to practice this completely overnight. So for us, that is the immediate measure. Long-term measure, immediate measure. So the compassion so forth is related to you. Use yourself as the benefactor and the others as the beneficiaries. So there's the interplay between the benefactor and the beneficiaries. So sometimes if the benefactor is so compassionate, not wise, right? Not wise and being compassionate, and that the beneficiaries can take excessive advantage of you. So under such situation, what should we do is that first we acknowledge that compassion is the interplay between the benefactor and the beneficiary. So this interplay, say how much, to what extent this benefit really goes to the beneficiary depends on to what extent you are matured. If you're extremely matured, then the beneficiary does not really make the difference. The benefit that you give is going to be enormous. But if your maturation is like 40%, not 100%, 40%, then the benefactors, when they take advantage of you like 50%, 60%, so you don't have the skill to handle 60%. You have the skill only to handle 40%. So 20%, what should you do? So this is what you call as the other person take advantage of me. So under such situation, what you should do is that, okay, till 40% I can handle. You face, the moment it crosses 40%, keep a little distance. Keep a little distance. So in other words, sound of a clap. Sound of a clap is the metaphor for your miseries. And this sound of a clap, which is metaphor of the miseries, should necessarily arise by dependence on the two hands. One hand symbolizing external factors, the beneficiary, and the other hand symbolizing internal factors, yourself. So when you are not too matured, say, of the two hands, if you pull down your hand completely, then external hands, however strong, however opportunist, however much they take advantage of your compassion, no sound. Sound of the misery stops, your misery stops. Whereas if you're not strong, you continue to you show your hand there, then the others, the sound erupts. So you have to see the reality that what's the degree of your maturation. Can you remove your internal factors completely so the external factors cannot contribute to any sound? If you reach that level, don't worry. The more you expose to the outside, the more benefit that you can give. You can transform the opportunist bad person to a very kind person. If you don't have this capacity, then you cannot rule. You bring down your hand. Your hand is there, and external hands are always there. The moment the two things come into being, the sound of misery erupts. So under such situation, what should you do is that you should keep a little distance. Don't let the two hands meet. You're getting it? Keep a distance. Okay. So keep a little distance. This is how, and meanwhile you grow. For example, the common example that I give is that they say, how many of you know Alfonso Mango? Raise hands. Alfonso Mango. Okay. Makija, what is Alfonso Mango?
It is a type of mango. It's considered the king of mangoes in this side of the world.
Okay, it's a king of the mangoes. Imagine each one of you, you are the Alfonso Mango saplings. Imagine each one of you are the Alfonso Mango saplings. Oh, Alfonso, I'm an Alfonso Mango sapling, right? King of the mango, right? Oh, the cows come. I'm the king of the mangoes. I'll give you delicious mangoes. The cow comes and the cow will eat up this sapling, finish, no mangoes. You're getting it? So when you're sapling, don't think that you're a mango tree. When you're sapling, fence. Don't call the cows. Don't let the cows come in. Don't let the opportunist to come near you to put a fence. While you put a fence, don't remain a sapling all the time. Keep growing. You're getting it? While you're in the fence, don't remain a sapling. Keep growing. Grow to a very big tree. When you become a big tree, don't keep the fence anymore. Remove the fence. Remove the fence. You're getting it? Then call the cows. Call the cows. Cows can eat you up. Cows can get the shade from you. Give mangoes to the cows, but you will forever remain a very strong tree. You're getting it? So the thing is that we are all like Alfonso Mango saplings. Don't think that you are Alfonso Mango tree. So we need to immediate measure is keep the fence, keep a little distance from the people who take advantage of you, which means that you cannot tackle those people. Because you cannot tackle the cows, you put a fence around you. Once you are fence, don't remain susceptible all the time. Keep growing. Keep growing to learn how to tackle those difficult situations. You're getting it? How to learn? What we are doing. The 5 sessions, they are meant for this. And Total Nivedita's whole course is for this purpose. You're getting it? For you to grow inside this fence. Once grown, don't remain in the fence all the time. Remove the fence. Otherwise, the purpose for you to grow is to give shelter. You have the potential to give shelter, to give mangoes. And with the fence, nobody can come inside. So you will become useless. Remove the fence. Give shelter. Give fruits to the cows. Cows will benefit from you, and the cows cannot take advantage of you. They cannot eat you up, right? Okay, maybe one more question. We have 4 minutes more. Sundaria.
Yeah. My question is, we talk about universal love and compassion, but how do we learn to show some of that compassion and love to ourselves? Sometimes we tend to be very hard on ourselves.
Exactly. This is extremely, extremely important. If you don't have gold, you cannot export gold. You're getting it? Don't try to think of exporting gold by you not having gold. So first, you should have enormous love and affection. You should have enormous sense of value of yourself. You should have enormous joy and happiness within you. Only then you can export joy and happiness to others. If you don't love yourself, then you don't have the joy. If you don't have the joy, how can you export joy to others, right? But when you say love yourself, doesn't mean to go for narcissism. Narcissism is not a real love. Narcissism is evil. It's a poison. It's not a self-love. It's a poison for you. It's a self-poison. It's a self-torture. It's a self-poison. So these should not be mixed up. Narcissism and the self-love and self-care. These two are not mixed. Okay. So how to give love and affection towards the self first? This is a very good question. In fact, the whole the 5 sessions are to be dedicated. As I said earlier, how did we begin? What do you want? This is what I ask you. I do not say what others want from you. This is not what I asked, how I started the session. We started the session by saying, what do you want? Why did you join Total Nivedita's course? Why did you join this class? I asked this question. I did not ask what do you want the good things to happen to other people. This is not my question to you. My question to you was, why did you join this class? What do you want out of this class? What do you want? You're getting it? So the first thing is that, and the whole thing is the wisdom. And also we said that, what do you want? You want the maximum joy. What example do you have? You have given you have shared your experience of the enormous joy and happiness. We are not talking about joy and happiness of somebody else, of yours. You're getting it? And how to cultivate this. And then alongside we said that as this joy that we are seeking, this joy, the secret of the joy lies in the compassion. This is what we learned. But another reality that we have discovered is that as this love and affection is the source of joy and happiness, but this love and affection, as it gets intensified, you're also intensifying the pains. Because the more you love your mother, at the loss of your mother, the pain is so acute to the extent that you can become hysterical. You can become really, you can be paranoid. You can become really hysterical. You can really go crazy. Your mind can become totally blank. And your whole world will be shattered for you. There's so much of pain. So don't forget the example of the gold, the burning gold. You're getting it? How to have the gold, but not the burning sensation. How to separate the two. It requires wisdom. So how to cultivate this wisdom so that you have this enormous joy within yourself. This joy is only possible with love and affection. You have tremendous love and affection, greatest of the wise love and affection towards yourself, that you get the maximum joy. At the same time, you don't have the pain. This love and affection towards all. How to make it happen? This is what we are supposed to be having. So this is so important. Without loving yourself, you will not learn how to love others. Let's not forget it. And all these 5 sessions will be dedicated for that. The philosophy and the psychology. Good. We'll stop here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geshe. We'll join back after an hour.
We will recite the Heart Sutra mantra 3 times together. This mantra is very beautiful. This we can understand it is a very secular mantra. It simply means that Gade Gade Paragate Parasamgade Bodhiswaha. The meaning is that literally it means go beyond, go utterly beyond, and establish your full awakening. So what's the real meaning? This literal meaning, that the real meaning is that don't remain, go means don't remain where you are. Don't remain as a suffering person. Don't remain as an unhappy person. From the state of unhappiness, from there, go to a greater happiness, to a still greater happiness, to a still greater happiness, and eventually unfold the ultimate treasure of the happiness within you fully, right? Establish your full awakening. Okay, this is the meaning of the mantra. So this is what we're going to learn within with these 5 sessions. Okay, we'll say this 3 times together. And as we say this, imagine that your parents, your children, and all sentient beings, they also want happiness. And this is what you are sharing with everyone. Deyata Om Gade Gade Paragate Parasamgate Bodhiswaha Yata Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhiswaha Yata Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhiswaha. Okay, see you again. Thank you, Dr. Nivedji, and all of you.
Thank We'll resume after an hour. For those of you who wish to stay logged in, you can. For those of you who would like to log out and log back in, that's fine too. See you all in about 1 hour. Thank you so much, Keshala.
Hi. Okay. Hi.
आर्यावलोकितेश्वर बोधिसत्त्वो गम्भीरायां प्रज्ञापारमितायां चरमाणो व्यवलोकयति स्म पञ्चस्कन्धाः ताश्च स्वभावशून्यान् पश्यति स्म इह शारिपुत्ररूपं शून्यतैव रूपम् रूपां न पृथक् शून्यताया न पृथक् रूपम् यद्रूपं सा शून्यता तद्रूपम् एकमेव वेदना संज्ञा संस्कार विज्ञानानि च शून्यता इहं शारिपुत्र सर्वधर्मा शून्यता लक्षणा अनुत्पन्ना अनिरुद्धा अमला न विमला अनूना न परिपूर्णाः तस्माच्चारिपुत्र शून्यताया न रूपं न वेदना न संज्ञा न संस्कारः न विज्ञानानि न चक्षुः श्रोत्रघ्राणजिह्वा कायमनांसि न रूपशब्द गन्धरस स्पष्टव्यधर्माः न चक्षुर्धातुर्यावन्न मनोधातुः न विद्या न विद्याक्षयो नाविद्याक्षयो यावन्न जरामरणं न जरामरणक्षयो न दुःखसमुद्यनिरोधमार्गा न ज्ञानं न प्राप्ति न अप्राप्तिः तस्मात् शारिपुत्र अत्रातित्वात् बोधिसत्त्वस्य प्रज्ञापारमितामाश्रित्य विहरति चित्तावरणनास्तित्वादत्रस्तो विपर्यासातिक्रान्तो निष्ठनिर्वाणः प्राप्तः गते गते पारगते
बुद्धं गच्छामि शरणं यावदा बोधिमण्डतः धर्मं गच्छामि शरणं बोधिसत्त्वगणं तथा.
Good to see you, MJ.
Likewise, Lily. Very happy to
Buddham.
be here. Very happy to be here.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I said likewise. Very happy to be here. Always recharged and refreshed.
I agree. Hi, Devika. Ravi, what time is it now?
It's 1:50. It's
No, no.
1:50.
It's 30 minutes past midnight. It's 1 degree centigrade outside. I threw cold air.
We appreciate your enthusiasm and motivation.
Yes, go ahead.
I said we appreciate your enthusiasm and motivation, with or without the beanie.
Thank you.
Gao Ying Chunla, where are you coming from? Where are you logging in from?
I'm from Hong Kong.
Ah,
Hello.
lovely.
Wow.
So nice to have you with us.
Thank you.
No, and I think also each time we listen to Geshe-la's teachings on another chat room, we were sharing with some students, each time it just helps the learning go a little deeper and also to declutter a little bit.
He is so joyful to listen to, but need a lot of reflection later.
My only regret is I can't be an offline where there could have been an offering of lunch as well in between. Next time we will aspire for also offline where we can break some bread together.
It's a good idea.
Anyway, I hope you all had a good break and you were able to nourish yourselves.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, Ashani. How are you?
I'm all right, but when I wanted to ask Geshe-la a question, it is very important for me. You mute me, so it becomes very difficult to have my question answered.
No worries. We'll have another question answer round at some point. I'll surely.
Also, I'm having a very low sound. What's the problem?
Is it low for everyone?
Sorry?
Yes, I have my at the loudest.
No, it's actually quite clear for me.
Yes, I can hear quite clearly.
Okay.
Me too.
Thank you. Subhasinila, maybe it has to do with your device then, because if the others are able to hear.
Yes. I changed to a different audio source. I can hear louder now. Thank you.
Okay.
For mentioning that.
Subhasini, during the Q&A session, we will ask you at that time if you could repeat your question, or if you want me to take it down, I could give you a call and we could take it down, whatever works.
Please. Sorry, what did you say?
I said if you want to send in your question, one option is during the Q&A session. We'll ask you to
Hear
raise.
anything. தங்கம்மா அந்த கதவு மூடமா.
Would you like me to call you?
எது? தொடச்சிட்டு ஃப்ரிட்ஜில் வச்சு.
Geshe Lobsangla, so lovely to have you with us. Okay, good time to sit down. Check in with self, making sure motivation is in the right place. Bringing to mind all our teachers, all enlightened beings, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Bringing to mind Bodhicitta field, kind parents, all other dear mother sentient beings. And really the focus of the practice to manifest Buddha nature within us, which is the ultimate source of happiness, by removing our two mental obscurations.
Okay, Dorji.
Welcome back, Geshe. We hope you were able to eat
Thank you.
nourishing lunch.
Geshe Lobsang is a lot.
Oh, Geshe
Okay. The first session, the point where we left was that the whether or not number one, we can achieve this infinite happiness. Then the infinite happiness, the secret of the happiness lies in compassion. Whether or not we can have a universal compassion. And if yes, compassion and the pain, compassion towards your near and dear ones, the more the compassion, as the scale of compassion increases, the scale of pain also increases. The pain of losing your near and dear ones increases, and this is unbearably intense.
is a way by which we can have this, the intense love and affection which gives you so much joy and happiness without the pains. So for this, the answer, what we said is that the answer is yes, but let's not follow blindly. It must be done. For this, we require wisdom. So it's for this reason that what we have here is that the wisdom of training the mind to cultivate the universal compassion of the Bodhicitta. Okay, so these are very serious questions. With this, what I'd like to share with you is that say, do you agree with me? These are things. As I shared these thoughts with you, you also have to contemplate to see if you agree with what is being said. And if you agree, well and good. If you don't agree, no need to force yourself to agree, but you must bring up in what way you disagree, and in what way you could not follow, understand, or agree with the points discussed. So with this in mind, before we go to resolve these two main issues, whether or not we can have the heightened state of universal compassion, without the side effect of the pains associated with this. So this is what we were discussing. So before we delve into this, my first question to you is that say the experiences of pain, experiences of joy, sadness, and so forth, these are related to your mind. These are related to your mental phenomena when your mind interacts with the objects. And if you're not clear with what I'm saying, for example, let's say that just imagine a young child in a school, and the child is being bullied by the elder students. A small child, age 4, 5, 6, 7, small child being bullied by others. Then in school, the child is expected to spend about like 8 hours. 8 hours, it is like a hell for the child. Then when school for that day finishes, then the child goes home, and the moment the child sees the two parents, instantly the child will feel the relaxation or the ease. That ease is just extraordinarily beautiful ease. It's not like you just feel as well like total relief. How many agree with me? Resents. Good. Okay. So here, what is happening? So they're in school. Although people that day may not bully at all, but the child is so suffocated, so restrained, so suffocated. At the moment the child comes home, and most likely each one of us, we must have gone through that experience ourselves. You feel that sometimes I say that every cell of the child relaxes. You feel the body feels, the mind feels relief. So what is really happening? Say, your house doesn't do anything. Your mother is just doing something there. You see the mother, there's instant you feel this, the ease and the relief. You see your father, there's instant ease and relief. So in the school, nobody that day, nobody did harm to you, but the moment you reach there, there's a suffocation coming to the child's mind. So here, what is the mechanism there? It's all about your mind. It's not about the object. It's about your mind. The mind and the object, say, interacts. The mind and the object interact. The mind is the subject, and the object, your school or your parents, your mind interact with that. Interact doesn't mean that you mingle. This is not the connotation. Interact in ways that the perception takes place. Your mind perceives the object, and the object appears to the mind apprehends the object. With these two things happening, then something happens to mind, and then at one point the mind is so suffocated, and the whole everything seems shattered, gloomy, and under a different situation you feel the whole world is beautiful. You're seeing your mother, your father. So what is really happening? Object-wise, there's nothing really. The object is not doing anything to you, but then simply because of this interaction, mind interacting with the object, then something happens to your mind, which means some mechanism. There's some mechanism there. There's some process is going within your mind. What is that process? This is the question. What is that process? You have to explore the process. So here comes the psychology. What do you know of your mind? Particularly when you talk about the psychology that Dr. Nivedita is teaching you. The psychology that you are learning from Dr. Nivedita, the Buddhist psychology. This is to do with your empirical mind, psyche, empirical mind. What does it mean by empirical mind? Something which you can experience. It's not something which then you have to believe in. Something which you can experience, empirical. This is empirical psychology. It's not some kind of studies which a scholar or enlightened person tells you and you have to believe in this. No room for belief, no room for blind faith. It's all about empirical, your own experience. So somebody will require some people to help you to identify what's going in your mind. So because our mind is so addicted to looking at outward, not directed inward. Now when you look inward, you explore more. How come? So okay, how many had that experience? Sometimes in the winters. In the winters, when the weather is so cold, the day very short, and just like 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m. already it becomes dark, and the weather is cold and wet, and everybody goes to the respective houses, rooms, and you feel so quiet, and your mind sings. How many of that experience? Is there a sense? Okay, wow, all right. So when we have these experiences, we have to use these as the tools for the study of the psychology. So what is happening then? What is happening? And what is happening? So the world is not changing, right? The world is not changing, but something you feel very different. Something is happening in your mind. So what's going within your mind? This is a question. One time, I received a phone call from from a couple, particularly the wife. I said that, Geshe-la, the whole world is so gloomy. Then she talks of the world normally, and the world is so gloomy. Nothing's going right in the world. Then yes, okay. So actually she's asking for some counseling. The world is so gloomy. I just kept listening what she has to say more. I have to gather information. What she has to say more. And she said, I have a backache. I also feel the pain, the back pain. Because why? COVID, lockdown. Everybody just sitting like this on the laptop, sitting like this. And I'm sure many of you had the same experience. The world must have become so gloomy to you, right? With the back pain. You start having the back pain like this, back pain, it's very acute. Then I said that, okay, I'm very sorry the world has become so gloomy, right? So hopeless. Don't worry, I'll teach you an exercise. So I thought they sent her the video of me doing the exercise to fix the back pain. And then in 2 days, I received a call from her saying that, Geshe-la, now the back pain is gone. The world is so beautiful, bright. So what I'm saying is that world has not changed. Your perception has changed. So some process is going within your mind, which makes you feel the world has changed. World is not changed. So what the world is greatly your interpretation. Your interpretation. I'll give you one example. Let's say that Dorji Damdul is going to take us all to what is that? Mount Kailash. Mount Kailash, and said that Mount Kailash, very beautiful mountain, is very sacred, holy mountain. And whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. It's very beautiful. Let's go for an adventure. Everybody's so excited. And then but she warned that, so there is a glare problem, glare from the snow. It can burn eyes. So you have to protect from the glare, you have to put on the glasses, special goggles. So there are two shops. And the boys go to the shop A, the girls go to shop B. And shop A, unfortunately, all the goggles, they're extremely low quality. The glasses, they are not clear, it's very murky, the quality is so poor. And the shop B is high class, really high quality the glasses. So we go there. And then Dorji Damdul said that Mount Kailash is so beautiful, snow is extremely beautiful, spick and span clean, spotlessly beautiful white. And you go there, and the boys start to complain. Dorji Damdul, is this the snow that you're talking about? This is the beautiful snow? It's so murky, so dusty, right? And then the girls are saying that, Dorji Damdul, thank you so much, it's so beautiful, spick and span clean. Then Manishi is more sensible. Manishi said that, Dorji Damdul, don't worry, the boys complaining. Yes, to be very honest, the Mount Kailash is not beautiful. So we'll start a Mount Kailash Clean project. So Manish, the owned up, I'll be the chairperson of the Mount Kailash Clean project. So the boys decided this. And all the girls said, no, why you're crazy. Look at this, so beautiful. No need of project. It's already clean. You're going to make it dirty now, right? So it's already clean. Okay. Do you all agree with me that the boys and girls both are looking at the same Mount Kailash? They are looking at the same Mount Kailash. It's not two different Mount Kailash. But how you see that depends not on Mount Kailash. It depends on what glasses that you put on. If you put on the dirty glasses, you are bound to see the Mount Kailash is dirty and murky. If you put on the clean glasses, you're bound to see the Mount Kailash is very clean. It's not about the object being biased to the girls. For the girls, the Mount Kailash appears as nice, spotless, clean, and for the boys, it appears that it shows a very the murky. No, it's the same object, but it depends on how you perceive the object. What kind of lenses that you put on to look at the Mount Kailash. So, the world to be described as beautiful is that, again, we are looking at the world. We interact with the world through the lens of our own mind, through the lens of your own mind, through the lens of your own psyche. And if your psyche is dirty, if your psyche is defiled, if your mind is defiled, you're bound to see the world as imperfect and chaotic. If your mind is pure, you are bound to see the world as beautiful. Okay, no doubt you will have questions that say, if your mind is so pure, do you mean to say that the Delhi pollution will go away? Delhi pollution will be very clean. You will see the Delhi is very clean. When your mind is so pure, do you think the whole, the problems of the world, the Ukraine war, and all these, the human trafficking, all these things will stop? Is this what you mean? All these questions are there. These are to be dealt with separately once you get the basic blueprint of what we are discussing. Okay, so from this, what we learned is that overall speaking, generally speaking, how the object appears to you, or, okay, the first, that Your mind's interaction with the object determines whether you're happy or unhappy. And how you interact with the object is not really determined by the object per se. It is determined by your own glasses, your own mind. To what extent your mind is pure, to what extent your mind is impure. Okay. So thus far, it is more like the spirituality. Now, you go a little deeper, it goes into psychology and philosophy. Okay, let's say that for the first time, you learn that 2 plus 3 equals 5, right? And you are happy. Tell me, which of the 2 degrees, which of the 2 kinds of happiness that degree is more? Say the joy that you get for the first time you understand 2 plus 3 equals 5, versus the joy, the sense of accomplishment that you feel over for the first time understanding quantum mechanics. Which of the 2 joy you think is more intense? Anyone raise hands? Anyone raise hands? Okay, Raviji.
Quantum mechanics.
Okay, how many agree with Raviji? Raise hands. Good. My next question. Why the joy that you get out of the sense of accomplishment of knowing the quantum mechanics far excels the joy that you get out of your understanding for the first time of understanding 2 plus 3 equals 5? Why? Why the first that related to quantum mechanics the excels the other one? Anyone? Why? Why? Raise hands. Raise hands. Raise hands. Okay. The Salon Chitaveti.
Hi,
Yes.
Geshe. Yes, I feel like it's
Yes.
because quantum mechanics feels like more of a challenge, because it feels that it's something difficult that we have managed to crack, whereas 3 plus 2 seems easier and therefore it doesn't give us
Wonderful.
a sense of accomplishment.
Wonderful. That's amazing. I said 2 plus 3 and you said it 3 plus 2, right? Which means you can alter it and still you get the same answer. That's amazing. So which means it's not that difficult. Quantum mechanics is very challenging, very difficult. Subtler the subject, subtler the reality. As you discover that, the joy that you get is subtler. You're getting it? So subtler the reality, subtler the object, subtler the reality. Subtler the reality meaning to know the reality of the object. And the reality of the object, there are so many layers. There are so many layers. You're getting it? What we see is the superficial reality, this is one. Then there's a subtle reality behind that, even subtler, and subtlest. There's so many realities, one over the layers of layers, one over the other, one over the other. So as we unfold these subtle and subtler realities, the joy inside increases, it becomes subtler. So, which means that the joy, the happiness that is seeking, it is determined not only by your subjective mind, it also depends on what kind of object that you cognize, what kind of object that you understand. So this is related to what is known as the cognitive aspect of your mind. Cognitive aspect, how subtly you cognize the reality, to that extent, your happiness becomes subtle. You're getting it? So there's a cognitive element there. So cognitively, you have to see the object more closely, beyond what we see, subtler than what we see. So for this, we need to understand, to explore the subtle reality, initially, subjects such as philosophy came into existence, like say in the East, in the West, like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. So then later on, all these great the thinkers like Bertrand Russell and so forth, they came into existence. And whereas in Asia, like Buddha came into existence, before Buddha, the Ram, Krishna, and then after even before Buddha, like 40, 50 years before the Buddha, Lord Mahavir came into being. So these great thinkers, they came into existence to explain what this reality is, ontological reality, objective reality is. And then later modern science came into being, modern science. And then with within the modern science, say the biology, chemistry, physics, within physics, there was a total paradigm shift in physics from the Newtonian classical the theory to the quantum mechanics. Paradigm shifts there within physics. So this is all meant to give us they say a closer picture of what the ontological reality is. So for this, we have to study what the reality is, which is the impact in the mind pertaining to your, say, the subtle degree of the subtlety of your happiness, subtlety of the fulfillment. So this study of the object involves philosophy and the modern science, particularly physics, and today, quantum mechanics and relativity theory. So this is related to ontological reality. Then on the other hand, let's say that with the same object, for example, let's say just a plain tea, and say you're drinking this plain tea with somebody who's extremely complicated and nasty and the same unkind towards you. This plain tea is really plain tea, right? You don't feel like drinking it. So it's really plain tea. What is this? It's plain tea, right? Whereas same plain tea, when you're drinking with somebody who's extremely kind and somebody who you admire, for example, like Reconvening says, okay, let's all have let's all go to have an audience with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Everybody's so excited. Then His Holiness says that, okay, Reconvening will have a cup of tea, all of us with me. You are even more happy, and the tea is actually plain tea. And yet, this tea, you said, this is the most delicious tea that I had in my life. It's the same tea. But, so what makes the difference? Object-wise, there's no difference. Subject-wise, there's difference. So here, the psychology. To know this subject, how this subject works, we need to know the psychology. To know how the object works, we need to know the philosophy and science. So combined together, subject and object, object-wise, you get the most subtle object that has the greatest potential to give you an extremely subtle degree of joy and peace and happiness. And the psychology, you know the psychology so well, how the mind works to trigger this joy at your will. You learn this. So subject-wise, you have the skill how to manipulate the subject. Object-wise, you know the substance of the object. Combined together, you're the one who's going to experience the infinite happiness. So this takes us to the study of philosophy and the psychology. So today's topic, it is related to both. It is related to both, but the point is that same that pertaining to the two. Let's not forget the two goals that we are seeking. One, to run away from the miseries. Number two, to embrace happiness. Okay, how many of you think that these two are same? Running away from miseries is same as going for happiness. Or no, these two are not really identical. These two are different. Okay, anybody who actually share thoughts? Thoughts meaning that, what do you think? These two are same? Running away, shunning miseries and embracing happiness. These two are same or these two are different? Anyone, raise hands. Who has to share? What do you think? Okay, Raphael, what do you think?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I suspect that.
Hello. I'm
when
sorry about the.
Yes, Raphael, tell me.
I suspect that when we get away from suffering, we might get to be more joyful because we are getting closer to at least what I used to be as a child. That's what
Yes.
I know. That's what I know by thinking by myself.
Okay, good. Thank you, Raphael. Sandy, if I were to make my question clearer, it is that shunning miseries, going away from miseries, going away from the suffering, and embracing happiness, are these two synonymous or not? Are these two interchangeably as one? What I'm saying is that as you go away from miseries, yes, you get happiness, but are these two synonymous? Getting away from miseries and embracing happiness, are these two synonymous? Are these two identically one? This is my question. Anyone raise hands? Okay, so Sonali Gupta.
Yes. I don't think they are synonymous. While there may not be suffering at some point in life, it may feel like there's no suffering or one may have avoided it. That doesn't necessarily mean that I can still be happy or give myself permission to feel happy. So I don't think they are synonymous.
Okay, what Sonali is saying is that at one point in your life, you may be, you may not have, let's say, the suffering as such, but then you may not also feel happy. So simply staying away, getting away from suffering doesn't mean that you are happy. There are moments where you have no suffering, but the happiness is also not there. This is also possible. Okay, how many agree with the Sonali raise hands? Okay, there are several of you who agree. Yes. So one example that I give, I agree with you. One example that I give, yes, there's overlapping. It's not that and these two are totally different. These two can overlap. Overlap doesn't mean that these two are identical also. So these are the nuances that we need to keep in mind. The example that I give is that, let's say that if you are a physics professor, maybe one of you may be a physics professor actually, in reality. Okay, if you're a physics professor, and that you are an average physics professor, not the top ranking, average. And suddenly your vice chancellor calls upon you and said that, hey, you have to give a lecture to the 1,000 PhD students from all over the world. From Delhi University, from Cambridge, from Oxford, from Harvard, from what? The Stanford, and so forth. From all the universities, they are told about 1,000 PhD students, and you have to give a lecture. Okay, how many are excited? You're an average physics professor. You're an average. How many excited? Raise hands. How many are not excited? Raise hands. Okay. Okay, you are not excited? Raise hands. Who are not excited? Raise hands. Okay, why you are not excited? Raise hands. Why you are not excited? Who's going to share with us? Why you are not excited? Quick, quick, quick. It's a great opportunity.
I would be nervous.
Chimai, Urvi.
I said I would be nervous.
I'll be nervous. How many agree with Urvi? Raise hands. Okay, it's not excitement, right? You're getting great opportunity to talk to 1,000 students of the various reputed universities. A great opportunity. Otherwise, you'll not get this privilege. No, I'm so nervous. So what you do is that you go to Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein says, sir, please take my place of giving a lecture to the 1,000 students from all over the world on physics. I'm so nervous. Do you think that Albert Einstein will be nervous? Urvi? Do you think that Albert Einstein will be nervous? No, he'll be not nervous, right? So he feels sympathy towards Urvi and towards each one of us. And so, okay, which means he's not nervous. He does not have the fear. He's away from the fear. But is he really happy? He's excited? No, this is what he does every day. All the reputed, the renowned physicists, they come to learn from him, right? There's no joy there also. Just to help you.
Otherwise, there's no joy, but there's no fear, there's no misery there, there's no fear. But it doesn't mean that there's a tremendous joy. No fear, but no joy. This is also possible. Okay. So from this, what I'm saying is that if you want to get away from the fears, COVID-19 2020, March, April, June, lockdown. At that time, how many of you had to acutely, how many of you were acutely scared? Presents? COVID-19, 2020, March, April, June, lockdown. How many of you were acutely scared? Raise your hands. Okay. Okay. Now, how many don't want that kind of fear, raise hands, in your life? Okay. How many are serious with that? Raise hands. How many serious? How many very serious? Yeah, I really mean it. I don't want this fear anymore. Raise hands. Okay, when I say serious means I like to do anything which will help me to get rid of this fear. Raise hands. Are you very serious? If you're very serious, right? Just imagine. I give you 3 possibilities. One, you have say the one moment. There's a great moment of joy. Joy in your dream. You're dreaming. You're in sleep, and great moment of joy. You are having a family gathering, picnic. And the next morning, the next moment, there's an earthquake. The joy disappeared and it transformed into fear. And you thought that, okay, now I'm dead. The whole building is collapsing, right, on you, right? Now I'm dead. When you say, I'm dead, your mother wakes you up. Your mother wakes you up. It's not real. I'm relieved. Okay, 3 moments. Okay, the 3 episodes. Of the 3, which of the 3 episodes do you like? Raise hands. Raise hands. Devika, which of the 3 episodes do you like?
For me, the moment of relief. Knowing that it
first, second, third.
Third.
Number 3. How many agree with Devika? Raise hands. Okay, good. Devika, tell me why. How can we experience that? How can we experience that third moment? Relief. To experience that, what should you do?
Wake up from the dream.
Wake up. You're getting it? Wake up from the sleep of ignorance. You're getting it? Wake up. Okay. If you want to get away from all the fears of life, all the fears are the fears that you experience in the sleep of samsara. You're getting it? All the fears are the fears of dream that your mind creates in samsara. If you don't want to have this fear, if you want to bring an end to this fear altogether, wake up. Wake up from the sleep of ignorance. Okay, what is the next? Okay, my next question to you. What's the difference between waking up and in the sleep? It's the same person. What's the difference? Why in the sleep you have so much of fear? Why when you wake up, your fear dissolves? Why? Anyone raise hands? Quick. Okay, Indiraji.
I think,
yes.
yes, when we wake up, we come to a reality. I mean, different reality. You say that is not real. This is real. And in the reality, there's no earthquake. Relief. Yeah. So,
okay, how many agree with Indira? Raise hands. What Indira said is that in sleep, we are trapped in the ignorance to see the dream as real, which is not real. Unreal is real. This is ignorance. When you wake up, you see the reality. You see the reality. Okay. How many agree with Indira? Raise hands. Good. The next question is, in the dream, you see the dream as real. This ignorance. What's the outcome? Outcome is a fear. When you wake up, what happens? You see the dream as dream. Dream as dream happens. Knowing the dream as dream happens only when you wake up in the dream. Of course, some people in the dream, they identify the dream as dream. It happens once in a while. I'm sure even some of you might have that experience before. How many had that experience in your life? Sometimes you identify that you're dreaming. In the dream, you know that you're dreaming. Raise hands. That's possible. But it's not always the case. Most of the time in the dream, we see dream as real. This is ignorance. What's the outcome? Outcome is a fear. Okay. And when you wake up, what happens? When you wake up, you see the, oh, whatever happened in dream, it was dream, it's not real, which means that you know the reality. Once you know this reality, seeing the dream as dream, that is wisdom. There's not ignorance, there's wisdom. Outcome is your fear dissolves. So if you don't want the fear, what should you do? You should come out of the dream. You should come out of the sleep of ignorance. Okay. For this, we need to cultivate the wisdom to see the reality as it is. Next question is, what is the wisdom? The wisdom is the mind whose apprehension of the object tallies with the reality. Wisdom is the mind whose apprehension of the object tallies with the reality. What is the next question? What's the reality? Is next question. What's the reality? So the reality is a reality of how everything exists like a dream projected by your own mind. This is reality. The reality is that everything is like a dream. Everything is a projection of one's own mind. What's your next question? How can I know that? How can I know that everything is a projection of mind? This is your question. So for this, you have to study the philosophy. You have to study quantum mechanics. Study quantum mechanics, and you come to know that what I'm observing, what is observed as the object, what they really are is determined by my observer. So there's nothing really, just as dream is determined by my dreaming mind, the subject. Likewise, the observed is dependent on the observer, the subject observer. So this is quantum mechanics, and the philosophy of Nagarjuna, that nothing exists objectively, is all the projection of your mind. So this is what we have to study separately. And tomorrow we will briefly touch on this part. Of course, this requires extensive studies, not just like one lecture, 2 lectures. Okay, this is one part. Now the next part is about your happiness. You want okay, so coming out, your fears dissolve. Coming out of the dream, your fears dissolve. You stay away from fears. Now you're not only happy that you are away from the fears, but also you also want the infinite happiness. So how to get this infinite happiness? So that is purely to do with your own mind, meaning that the object, to know the objective reality, we need the philosophy, psychology. This will help us to wake up from the sleep of ignorance. That will help us to stay away from miseries. Now with the mind, seeing how the mind works, then you will see that the infinite happiness is possible. So how do you know that? What is that actually? So for this, let's say that you have to know the nature of the mind. The nature of the mind. The true nature of the mind, your true nature. So you're being angry. When you're angry, no, you are not happy. But it's a big irony that when you're angry, you get a false courage and strength to fight with anybody, dare to say anything horrible. But when your anger subsides, you feel ashamed of having said this, having, they did this wrong thing to somebody else, made somebody else sad. Okay, so anger gives you a false strength. So how does this mind work? This question. But this is not your real nature, that you become angry. This is not your real nature. That we they suffer the thirst of attachment, the thirst of greed, the thirst of craving. This is not your true nature. It's not your true nature. So the thirst of craving, greed, and so forth. So there's a tremendous, your mind becomes so vulnerable, not getting what you are seeking. This is the meaning of the thirst. Thirst means that I'm thirsty for water. You want the water, but you're not getting it. So therefore, this is the meaning of being thirsty. The thirst of the craving, the thirst of greed. So this, it's not your true nature. This thirst is not your thirst, is not your true nature. What is your true nature? True nature is where there is, you're totally, the thirst is totally quenched. Your thirst is totally quenched. You feel the ease. It's your true nature. Some anger, it's not your true nature. Your anger, your true nature of the true nature of mind is so calm, extremely dignified, decent, calm. Your next question, how do we know that? How do we know that these are the anger, thirst, and the craving, these are not a true nature? A true nature is where your thirst is quenched. There's no craving, there's no greed, and there's no anger. There's no aversion. This is your true nature. How do we know that? So for this, whether it's true nature or not, these are being discussed by the great thinkers. For example, like, what do you think is the view of Charles Darwin? What do you think is the view of the Charles Darwin on this issue about whether or not your mind, the true nature, is the nature of anger, attachment, and so forth, or the freedom from anger, freedom from attachment, and so forth? What's the true nature of mind? What do you think is the view of the Charles Darwin? This is a very serious question. So Charles Darwin, for him, no, your true nature of mind is not gentle. Anger, attachment, fear, these are your instincts. Instincts. These are the evolutionary instincts. These came to you as a result of the evolutionary, as a result of the evolution, human evolution. Say, 4.6 billion years ago, 4.6 billion years ago, the world, planet Earth, came into existence coming out of the sun. And the sun and the 9 planets, or the 8 planets, including the Pluto. The poor Pluto is being excluded sometimes included. When I was in school, it's included. So now as I grow older, it's excluded by the scientists. Yeah, for poor Pluto, there's no difference. What the people they're thinking, right? So included, excluded is fine. So these 8 planets or 9 planets, they exploded out of the sun, and some exploded out of the Milky Way galaxy, and the Milky Way galaxy exploded out of the singularity, the Big Bang. So from this point of view, we see that 4.6 billion years ago, the planet Earth came out as the result of the explosion of the sun, our sun. And then 4 billion years ago, 4.6 billion years ago, it was exploded. It came out as a very hot planet. And then over the span of like 0.6 billion years, it cooled down. By 4 billion years from now, it cooled down and water was formed. This is all physics. The water was formed. With the water, the first unicellular organism was formed. It came into existence in the water. So that was our ancestor, the first unicellular organism in the water 4 billion years ago. Then gradually the other animals came into existence within the water. Within the water, the unicellular organism became more and more sophisticated, and eventually became fish, and then eventually came out of the water, the amphibians, then the other animals, then the dinosaurs, and so forth. And gradually, 0.3 million years ago, the first Homo sapien came into existence 1.3 million years ago. Okay, then the sophistication of the thought processes came into existence. Sophistication of thought process came into existence. Okay, so from this we see that, say, the emotions, very sophisticated emotions, particularly on the basis of the memory, came into existence, memory of the past, and planning for the future. So these things are not really so much with the memory of the past. Yes, elephants have very good memory, not as sophisticated as the human beings, but the memory from very long past. They could remember that who did harm to you, who being kind to you. They remember so well. Even the dogs have good memory. But in terms of the future planning, sophistication of the memories, these were absent. So these were more confined with human beings. Okay, so from this we see that the need for us to say finally for the mind to feel this infinite happiness. This is the potential, and this the source of the infinite happiness that exists within your mind is not only to the human beings, it's with every creature who has the facet, who has the factor of the mind, of the feature, mental feature is existent, and that potential for infinite happiness is present also. So for this, we need to know how the mind works, And in this connection, I like to share with you what is known as while the mind works in very sophisticated ways, and how to get away from the fears. I told you, you have to know the ontology, and the ontology will be taught us by the quantum mechanics, and particularly by the Nagarjuna's philosophy of emptiness, that nothing exists objectively. And it's all coming from the subject, like the dream. You have to identify the dream as dream. You have to identify everything like a dream. The moment you discover that, the way and the manner in which you discover the dream as dream, your fears stop. Likewise, you discover that everything is like a dream. All your fears of life stops. This is how to stop the fears. Next part is how to expand your happiness. How to expand your happiness. For this, what we said is that the true nature of mind is not anger. True nature of mind is not the thirst, acute thirst of the greed, craving, so forth. These are not. But Charles Darwin would say it the different way. Would say that yes, these are the instincts. Instincts meaning you cannot really separate these. This is something intrinsic there as the quality of your mind. Attachment, anger, jealousy, fear, so forth. These are the evolution from 0.3 million years ago, from 4 billion years ago. From there, we developed this. We acquired this as instinct. You cannot get rid of this. This is the Charles Darwin's belief. Whereas 2,500 years ago, the Buddha came, and the Buddha said, no, that's not true. And of course, the Buddha came before, way before Charles Darwin. But the Buddha said, no, this is not our true nature. And don't believe the Buddha. Don't believe. Don't follow blindly. Just listen to what the Buddha has to say and subject that to analysis and to see if it makes sense to you. But no, your true nature, as opposed to being attached, there's a total quench of the thirst of the attachment. Total pacification attachment. That is your true nature. Your anger is not your true nature. Your true nature is total pacification, anger, where your mind is so peaceful. With anger, there's disruption, disturbance, agitation. But this is not your true nature. Your true nature of your mind is totally freed of agitation, anxiety, and anger. So, how do we know that? This is what the Buddha taught. How do we know that? For this, I'd like to give you one example, a simple example. The example was actually given by Nagarjuna, 2nd century, 1st century, a great Buddhist philosopher, revered as the second Buddha. So what he said was that each one of us, whether you're a believer or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you're Buddhist or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. Each one of us has a seed of perfection. That seed of perfection, the true nature of your mind is the perfection. There's no flow of anger. There's no flow of attachment. There's no flow of fear. There's no flow of pain, total painlessness, acute, total serenity, total tranquility, infinite happiness. This is your true nature. So he gave the analogy of a light. They say, you said that, Geshe, I read a book, it's night, what should I do? I said, go to room 8, there's a light there. You go there and you come back saying that there's no light. I said, no, there's a light there. You said, I've been there, there's no light. I said, did you see a picture there? Picture meaning vase. Or, yeah, the British would say vase, Americans would say vase. Okay, so there's a vase there or a vase there. Do you see that? Yes, yes, yes. I saw a vase there. I saw a vase there. In it, there's a light there. Okay, I did not know that. Why you did not know that? Because the light was trapped in that vase, in that vase. So, because that is trapped, you don't see it outside. So you think that there's no light there. So the light being trapped inside the vase, is that the true nature of the light? Is that the true nature of the flame? Answer is no, that's not the true nature. So when do we know the true nature of the flame inside this picture? Break the picture. Break the picture, then the true nature of light will manifest. What does it do? The moment you break the picture, the light will beam forth in all 10 directions effortlessly. This is the true nature of the light. So likewise, each one of our minds, the true nature is like this light, which moves to every direction effortlessly. So, how many of you know the meaning of prison? Raise hands. We all should know the meaning of the prison. Okay, tell me, what does it mean by prison? Anyone? What does it mean by prison? Raise hands. Quick, to save time. Anyone? What does it mean by raise hands? Raise hands. Okay. Subhashini ji. Dr. Subhashini ji.
When you're not free to do what you want to do.
When you're not free to do what you want to do because you are confined within a small room, small cell. How many agree with Dr. Subhashini ji? Raise hands. That's the meaning of prison. That's the meaning of prison. When you're in prison, you cannot manifest your true nature. You cannot manifest your true nature. When this light, when this flame is in the picture, the flame is in the prison. The flame is in the prison of the picture. When you break the picture, the light beams forth in all 10 directions. So our mind, say the true nature is not like the flame in the picture. The true nature is like the flame, a free flame, without the picture obstructing the flame. So our mind, the true nature is that it moves so freely. Okay. Someday, when you go out for the formal gathering or formal meeting, how do you go out? You go out in the night dress, or you go out differently? You don't go out in night dress, right? Whereas if you want to just simply in your house, you get up, and in your night dress, if you go to the meeting, you'll feel ashamed. But you don't feel ashamed, and when you get up, you see your child, you see your mom, dad, right? You don't feel ashamed of this being in a gown, because there's a transparency, there's a freedom there. You feel free. The moment you see outsider, yourself in a nightgown, right? And then you feel uncomfortable, right? This is prison. This is a prison of your own mind. This is a prison of your own mind. Okay. So when you go to a place and then they are, so the people around, you go to a place for a meeting. At a meeting, there are 100 people, and all the 100 people, you don't know who they are. What do you feel? You feel so comfortable, or you're not comfortable? You don't feel comfortable, right? When you don't feel comfortable means you are in prison. You create a wall. Your mind creates a wall to yourself away from this. Oh, these people may be judgmental. How many? 100 judgmental minds are there. Whether it's a real judgment mindset, they are not, but your mind is creating it, right? Oh, they all can judge me. How many there? 1 or 2? No, 100. Very scary, right? So we said that 1,000 PhD students, you have to give a lecture. I feel nervous. 1 is okay, right? 1,000, no, because there are 1,000 people who you think can potentially judge on you. You're getting it? 1 person judging on you is fine. 1,000 judging on you is very scary. So this is meaning of the prison. So, whereas if you see that there are going to be 100 people, right? And to whom you have to give lecture. And who are these 100 people? Are the professors from various universities? Instantly you feel yourself in a prison. Whereas all these people, they are like your cousins, nephews, nieces, brothers, sisters, father, mother, right? And then, oh, what is this? You may not, you may go there even unprepared, right? Because there's no fear there. Your mind feels so free. Okay. So the point is that what's the true nature of mind? True nature of mind is not like the light in the picture, right? That is in the prison. Likewise, our mind, when it is in the prison, when you create a wall, then that is not your true nature. When do you display anger? When you are unhappy with somebody. So where you create the border, you are different, I'm different, you create a border, you imprison yourself. What's the attachment? Attachment, again, another imprison. If I don't get this, I suffer. I must get this, like the water. I'm not getting water. I'm not getting water. This like you are in the prison. You don't get what you want. That is again a prison. So as long as you're in a prison, that is not your true nature. That's not your true nature. So you have to break all the prison, break the walls of the prison. You have to break the walls of the prison. You have to free yourself from the prison. What prison? No external prison. Prison of your own mind. Okay. Anybody who likes to share with us? Now you understand. When do you feel, say for example, somebody judging on you? When you think that somebody is judging on you, instantly you feel being in prison. Okay. Can you give me some suggestions? How we can break this prison? How we can free ourselves from somebody judging us, or free ourselves from your thought that somebody is judging on me? Anyone? Raise hands. Raphael?
Becoming aware that what we are thinking is just that. It is just that. It's not guaranteed that the other person is thinking about that.
Okay, Raphael, very good. Thank you. So now this is where we're growing. You're getting it? Our thinking must grow. Let's say that, Raphael, okay, I know Mr. A. Mr. A, who really is jealous of me, and he's very judgmental of me. You are so aware, right? It doesn't help you to remove this. You're getting it? And Mr. A is actually judgmental of you, and you're so aware of the reality. So which means that you are not free from this prison. Okay, Maya, what is your thought?
When we stop judging others, when we start being mindful.
I don't judge others. I don't judge, but people judge me, right? We should be very realistic. So this morning, the first session, somebody said, I'm being kind towards others, right? But they are taking advantage of my kindness. You're getting it? We should be very realistic. You are not being judgmental to others, but others can judge you. This is reality. But the problem is, okay, look, there are two things. People judging you versus you thinking that people judging me. Of the two, what's the problem is not the people judging you. You're getting it? The problem is you thinking that somebody's judging me. That's the problem. That puts you into prison. Okay, Sonali?
I think also, when one presumes that it's a fact that somebody is judging me, to not confuse it as a fact and carry it lightly. So the ability to just, carry it lightly, even when that awareness or the sensation one experiences it.
So how to take it lightly?
I
want to take it lightly. Yeah, I want to take it lightly, right? I want to become the vice chancellor of Delhi University, but it's not happening, right? How should you make it happen, Gao?
Make that happen. Even if somebody is judging it, it may mean to work hard to be able to get there, as you said earlier.
How to work hard? Yes, I'm working hard. I'm working hard, right? I'm working hard. It's not working. Okay, Gao Yingqing, Gao Yingqing.
Yes, Venerable, can you help me hear me?
Yes.
I think if I can understand, actually there's no self, so-called self, that need to protect it. That's solve the problem, all the problem.
Oh, Gao, there is self. Of course there's self. Because I'm being judged, He's judging. The person actually judging me. And it is me. This this is a self.
Yes,
right.
I know actually there's no such self. So
okay. You know what the background of the Yinchung? She's coming from Aranigarjuna's philosophy. Keep this in mind. Okay. Anyone else? There's somebody who's not in the camera and speaking. Who's that? Kenzo Omola.
Not to take it personally and to understand that that person's perspective is his own perspective and nothing to do with you. It is his perception of what he thinks about you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, look. I say this says we have to acknowledge all these questions, and then still, if you can, for example, like this morning, the first session, what Namrata ji said, right? Say that say the compassion, universal compassion, yeah, good. But then people take advantage of me. This is again reality. This is a reality. So how to solve these problems? Likewise, say that the being judgmental, somebody being judgmental of me, this is not my problem. This is his problem. Yes, right? This is for me. Yes, of course, it's his problem. It's her problem, not my problem. But then you cannot do away from the uneasiness that you feel the moment somebody judges you. Right? Somebody judges you, or somebody may not judge you, but you think that somebody's judging you, you feel uncomfortable. This is a reality. How do you solve this problem? Okay, Miu Cheng.
Geshe-la, if I can reach a stage that I don't judge myself, then nobody can judge me.
How? When you reach a stage where?
If I can reach a stage, right, where I am okay with myself, I don't judge myself, then nobody can judge me.
Okay, I don't judge myself, but people are judging me. This is a problem.
So
right?
If
I'm okay with me.
So if I don't judge myself, I will not be affected.
Don't what?
If I don't judge myself.
No, I don't judge I never judge myself.
Yeah. So
I never judge myself. So I'm okay with me.
So if people judge
people are judging me, that's the problem.
I don't, it will not affect me.
Miu Cheng, keep this in mind, Miu Cheng. Whether I judge myself or not, it doesn't bother me. What bothers me when somebody else judges me, that's the problem. Okay, anyone else? This is where we should be very realistic. Then you will know how to overcome the problem. Okay, Samdanla. Samdanla, unmute. Yes. Unmute. Good.
Okay. Geshe, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Geshe, Geshe, I use several methods when such situation comes arise me. First, what I do is I imagine everyone as my parents. If this doesn't work, then I use object and verbal separately when someone judge me. And
The
third
first one
method,
is
what
how?
I do, the person who judge me, I separate what he said to me. I separate the verbal from the
what is
person.
what the person said
And then
from
my
the
attention
person.
goes to the and then my attention goes to the verbal only the words. And the words is just words. It's just I mean there is no any feeling and all. For me it's like this, and every feeling just it's
What is
become
number
normal
one?
like that.
This is number two.
Yeah, and
This
number
number
two,
that you said. What's number one?
Number one, sometimes I used to think that every sentient being as my parents. Yeah. And sometimes it works. Sometimes,
Okay. Everyone has
it
one
doesn't
of
work.
my parents.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like then I use also
But sometimes
like,
the parents also judge you, right?
like
Sometimes the parents also judge you.
yeah,
Sometimes the
but
parents also judge you.
Yeah. Then I think
Sometimes.
it's just a pass for the. I mean, just for a moment like that, it will pass away like that, or it's just a game.
Okay, yeah, it's like a game, but it's not a game. It's a reality, right?
Yeah, but I used to think like that. It's just a game.
So any new hands coming up?
The...
Okay, any new hands coming? Raviji, okay, let's say Raviji.
I think it is. Sorry, Echo. I don't know what to.
Yes, I can hear
it's
you.
really about perceived I. I said I have a notion of myself. I think I need to change that because somebody's judgment about me doesn't change me unless I react to it. It can change an outcome, but if I don't have a craving for the outcome, then I'll be fine. So it's about the perception of myself that I don't have
the what thing. If I don't have what to my outcome, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
If I'm not attached to the outcome.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to be attached to my outcome, but I'm attached, right? How can I stop the attachment, right? I don't want to be attached, right? Okay, okay. So how many of you did not give the answer before? Raise hands. How many of you did not give the answer before? Okay, Namrata, you did not give the answer before?
No, I haven't.
Yes.
By practice.
Okay, good.
By practicing compassion, equanimity, like trying to understand that maybe that person has a perception, but can I take that judgment with kindness?
Okay, yes, I want to kind to you, but you've been so so judgmental. So so then agitation comes. What should you do?
Practice kindness, compassion.
How? I want to feel compassion to you, but it's not coming. What should I do?
By putting yourself in the person's position that maybe they think like this because...
Yes, yes. If I were you, I will not be judgmental. You're being very judgmental. I put myself in your shoes, I will not be judgmental. But you're being so judgmental. Okay, Preeta. Dr. Preeta.
Yeah, hi. So I was thinking that what I would do is try to analyze what are the factors within me that is getting aroused by this judgment. Is it dejection?
So what
is it lack of confidence? I would look at the factors within me, like you call it intrinsic factors, that are getting aroused by this judgment, which might be a dejection of myself, lack of confidence, things like that. It will take a stepwise analysis of our own factors.
So what should I be doing then?
To sort out those factors.
After analyzing, then what should I do?
No, so to look at each of those factors closely and see if we can eliminate those factors within us that are leading to this feeling of rejection or whatever, because of which we feel bad.
Factors like what? Factors like what?
Factors like lack of confidence in yourself, because
I'm very confident. So that person is making me unconfident. Because the person is judgmental, I lose my confidence. Otherwise, I'm very self-confident. Okay, good. Okay. So now my question to you, the next question is, in your life, did you see any example, common example, I would say, did you see any common example whereby somebody is judgmental, but the person feels very comfortable? Usually when somebody is judgmental, you feel so uncomfortable. But there are situations where somebody is judgmental towards you also, towards anybody else, but you feel so comfortable. Can you imagine any situations? No? Raise hands. No? Who said no? Raise hands. No? Okay, those who said no, just imagine that if a young child comes, age 4 says that, hey, right, look at me, said, hey, you're very old, you're an old man, right? Or you're old lady, right? And you think that you're not old, you are young, right? I'm just age 30, I'm just age 40, I'm just age 50, I'm not 80, I'm not 90, right? I'm not young. And then the young little child says that, hey, what happened to you? You're very old, right? And then will you feel that this boy, the young girl is judgmental of you? You will see that's very cute, right? Oh, just 3 years old boy, 3 years old girl saying that I'm very old, it's very cute. Usually such young child, they're lost in chocolates. They're lost in teddy bear. They cannot think about somebody old, young, and so forth. But this boy, this girl is very sophisticated, age 3, just age 3, and you just see people as old, young, and so that's amazing. It's so cute. So you don't feel the uneasiness. You feel that is so cute. You're getting it? Okay. So the point is that these are the examples that you have to take from your real life and then see how to apply this. Okay. Let's say the child tells the mother, Mom, what happened? You're so old, right? Mother will not at all feel that as offense. That is offense. The mother will feel that as, oh, my child is now, look, my child thinking is growing now. Otherwise, earlier is only thinking about chocolate, only teddy bear. Now thinking about old, young, and so then now thing is growing. That mother will feel so happy. Even if the child is like age 10 and tells the mother, you're very old. Mother will not feel that offense. They feel the offense because of the love. Because love and affection. You're getting it? So the Namrata said that when you feel this genuine love and affection, then the other feeling, the discomfort, that other feeling may be judgment on you, that stops when you feel this love and affection. So next question is, then which means that I have to feel love and affection towards all the beings, because there are so many beings who are being judgmental of me, right? Should I cultivate love and affection towards everybody? Yes. But how is it possible? This next question. Come after 15 minutes. Tea break.
Thank you, Geshe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Geshe.
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 Nivedita?
Hi, Dani.
Hi. Since you're here and since we were talking about this, may I ask you a question?
You can. I'm not promising an answer though, but yes.
Okay, it's not even a question, but like Geshe said, when a child tells you something, you don't feel as judged because I guess there's a sense of confidence, and then you know that that's a child. But when an older person does it, I figured a very different way of dealing with that. Or a person your age sort of judges you, or you feel judged by them. When it's happened over an extended period of time, I haven't been able to use love and compassion. I've turned them into furniture. So then I'm like, okay, that's furniture, and I'm not feeling judged by them. So there's a sense of anger. I mean, there isn't a sense of love and compassion. I mean, I'm just trying to protect myself from feeling hurt. While I know that's not okay to do, but like Geshe said, maybe I'm in that first stage, and I'm just trying to protect myself here. So is that okay?
So first, I mean, coming back to what he said about our thinking needs to grow. And of course, more importantly, he's going to come to the answer. So stay with it.
Okay, thank you.
And if it's not getting answered, by all means, bring it up. I'm sure the answer will bring benefit to everyone.
Thank you.
Mui Chang, no worries at all. We've got your message. The teachings will be available on the YouTube channel, Tibet House YouTube channel, so you could access it there as well.
Chitti
Geshe, I hope you were able to have some tea.
Yes.
Everyone is in suspense waiting for the answer.
Okay. Okay, so we're left with the question as to so how to break this prison, the prison where with love and affection, genuine love and affection, then you don't have to, you become very transparent with the other person, and you don't really become self-conscious in front of that person where there's love and affection. And this is something we need to, so all this we learn, what we learn, see that they are in reality, these are the cases, and then from there, then see what is happening in your mind. So this is what we need to know. So with this, the question that we are left with is that, so by creating this feeling, if you get to wholeheartedly feel this love and affection towards the person A, then you become very transparent with the person A. You don't really mind. You don't at all feel that you're being judged. There's no problem there. And then, but to how many people should I feel to generate this love and affection? Because there's innumerable number of people, who I fear that they may judge on me. The moment you go out in the market, you don't know any of these people that they easily judge you. They just stare at you like this. Some people, that's amazing. Some people, it's very scary sometimes. They would just scan you right away. The moment you say the other person sees you for the first time, and instantly the person will scan you like what? X-ray from tip to your toe. Shoot, just quick scan like this. That's amazing. That's amazing. I don't know how many of you noticed that. Some of you may even have no clue that somebody's doing like this. There are people who are so expert in doing this, right? And if you are part of this, you know who is judging you, who's scanning you, right? So you feel so uncomfortable when somebody scans you. You're getting it? So the point is that then does it mean that I have to feel love and affection towards all the beings? Because everybody has the potential to judge on me. So should I love everybody? Answer is yes. But is it possible? Can I love? Can I genuinely have this love, feeling love towards all the beings? Yes. What's the next question? How? This is the next question. Good. So for this, dealing with this question, how, what we need to do is that we need to know the very specific function, the mechanism of the mind, how the mind works. Say, for example, our mind's incredible potential. And if you think that you're not good, in physics, don't underestimate yourself. If you don't think that you're good in, anything, don't underestimate yourself. Your mind, that is not your true nature. Your true nature of mind is the ability to know every phenomenon. This is not a story. This is not just a nice thinking. This is reality, and we must gain conviction in this. Okay, so for this, let us say that do you agree with me that some people, if you if you give them, say, you write the essays. Some people are so good at writing essays, so beautifully come out of a language. When you say, oh, do this mathematical calculation, it's hopeless, fail in mathematics. Very good in language, but terrible in mathematics. How many agree with me, Resens? There are such people. Good. Some people, they are so good in mathematics. They are so good at mathematics. Language is just terrible. You agree? And now to go into more nuanced understanding, so good in mathematics, terrible in physics. Some people may not agree with me. This is reality. Because physics require creativity. Mathematics may not require creativity. It is just a computational skill. Say, information given to you, you process it, done. Whereas physics requires, say, the creativity, creative thinking. So some people may be so good in mathematics, may not be good in physics. Some people may be so good in physics, may not be good in mathematics. For example, Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein, he was known as a father of physics, modern physics. But his mathematics is said that he failed in mathematics sometimes. So these two are related, but these two are not identically one. Some people, they are good in, say, the literary education, but they are hopeless in the society. For example, like they talk about engineering and all these things, they even don't know how to put the bulb. Right? Terrible. They even don't know how to put the bulb. They even don't know how to put on the gas. They even don't know, right? They talk about the quantum mechanics and so forth, but they even don't know how to they put the bulb. When the bulb is gone, you have to replace it. You require somebody else the electrician to put the bulb. You can do it yourself, but some people, they don't do that. They don't know how to do that. So what I'm saying, there are so many skills. Some people, they're so good in, let's say that they're so good in the works, the manual works. But the moment you ask the person to meditate, the person falls asleep. Some people are so good in the meditation, but if you ask them what do you eat, they eat only Maggi. And they don't know how to cook properly. So look, there are how many such different mental thought processes are there? Mental, say, the facets are there. Innumerable facets are there. So the point is that, so from this, they generally speaking, how the mind works. So these are all the mechanisms of your mind. So how the mind works, it's so vast. But if you can know 5 of them, the mental functions, 5 of them, then you apply this. You can apply this so beautifully in your real life. And on that basis, train your mind wisely to cultivate this unconditional love towards all the beings, whereby your feeling of ease, not being judged by somebody else, all these can possibly come into being. So what are these 5 functions of mind? Okay. 1, contact. I'm sharing with you the 5 functions. There are innumerable functions there. Of these 5 are so important. Number 1 is contact. Number 2 is attention. Number 3 is discrimination. Number 4, feeling. Number 5, intention. Let me repeat it. The contact, attention, discrimination, feeling, intention. And these 5, don't try to interpret in your own ways. They have their own very specific meanings. I'm going to share with you. Okay. For this, I like to give you just an example. And from there, you will understand how these 5 work, how our mind works in the form of these 5 functions. You can easily understand it. Okay, let's say that usually you get up at like, okay, usually you get up like, say, Indira, 6. Okay, usually you get up at 6. One day your mother opens the door, your bedroom, and then it is 5 o'clock. You don't get up at 5 o'clock, you get up at 6 o'clock. And then your mom says, Indira, happy birthday. Indira, happy birthday, right? Okay, and then look what I'm doing. Indira, happy birthday. So usually, since that you don't get up around that time, your mind is hazy. You are still in sleep, but partially woken up. But it's birthday, okay. So otherwise you're going to say, Mom, why are you coming at all time? I'm in deep sleep. But the mom said, the happy birthday. And then also you see something in the mother's hands. It must be a gift, birthday gift. And Indiraji, she is craving to have iPhone 14. Oh, Indiraji disappeared. Yeah, she's there. Indiraji is craving to have iPhone 14. What is that? Okay, iPhone 14, brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max. Max Pro, Pro Max. Pro Max, right? Brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max. This is what Indiraji is craving to have. All these last many years, she has been using this manual, the dinosaur mobile, and today she's craving for this. And then now the mom is saying, good morning, happy birthday, Indira. And she's holding something in the hand. And so this was her expectation, right? So what do you do? Indira, what do? You are partially asleep, and they say you're craving. You know what your craving is. So what do you do? Tell me. You don't see what your mom is holding so clearly. What do you do?
Okay, get up with the expectation. iPhone 14.
Okay, first your eyes come in contact with I'm talking about the 5 functions.
Yeah.
Contact, attention, discrimination, feeling, and intention. The first contact, your eyes comes in contact with what the mother is holding in her hand. What the mother is holding in the hand. Okay, contact. But because you are partially asleep, you cannot see too clearly. What will you do? Indira, what will you do?
Pay attention.
Look carefully. Yeah, pay attention. That's right.
So you rub your eyes, right?
Yeah.
You rub your eyes. Why are you rubbing your eyes? To pay attention. You're getting it?
Yeah.
Okay, number 1, your eyes come in contact with the object. Number 2, you pay attention by rubbing your eyes. Attention. Paying attention, you see that it is really the brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max, right? This discrimination. Discrimination, keep in mind, it is brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max. Discrimination. Then the feeling. What feeling comes to you? Very pleasant feeling comes to you. You're getting it? Pleasant feeling comes to you. Feeling. You like the feeling or you like the pleasant feeling or not? You like it. You like it. You want to sustain this pleasant feeling or not? Yes, I like to sustain it. Sustain this pleasant feeling. So how to sustain this pleasant feeling? Your mind automatically works. What brought this pleasant feeling? brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max. That brought me the pleasant, that gave me the pleasant feeling. So how to do that? Then what is next? Feeling, intention. Then the intention to grab this mobile iPhone, brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max, grab it, intention to possess it. So for this intention makes your mind to move. This intention makes your mind to give order to your hand to move. So movement takes place. Movement takes place. Movement takes place because of the intention. This movement is known as action. And action in Sanskrit language is known as karma. This is karma. You're getting it? Karma doesn't mean some exotic phenomenon happening somewhere in the air. It's your action. This is known as karma. So this action triggered by this intention, making your mind making the hand to move. The movement takes place. This movement, intention makes the movement to take place. Okay. So this intention is the karma, and this is how the mind works. Intention to possess the object. Okay, let's say that, for example, say the alcohol, addiction to alcohol. You see the alcohol, your eyes come in contact with the alcohol as object, contact. Then you pay attention. Then you say, yes, this is alcohol, discrimination. Then the pleasant feeling comes. And actually, for the alcoholics, sometimes it can be mixed feeling, not necessarily very pleasant. It can be mixed feeling because you know the demerits of this. You know how you suffer so much. Mixed feeling comes. Then the intention to possess it, to drink it, that comes. Okay. Likewise, for example, like, okay, some of you might have that experience, right? Particularly when you were age 16, 17, 18, 19, when you do financially, when you are not independent, you have to depend on your parents. When the parents take you to shopping mall, right, to buy some clothes, and the parents show you some simple clothes, right? And then you say, no, this is too small, this is too big, the color is not good. Actually, you have seen the Chanel. You have seen the Chanel, you have seen the what is that? Louis Vuitton, you have seen the Gucci, right? You have seen this, and then the mother is not showing these things. She's showing some local company, and you said, no, mom, this is too big, this is too small, it's not comfortable, it's the color is not right, wrong. You have already seen the Chanel there, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, right? And the mother said, okay, seems like nothing is good for you today, right? So we'll come some other time. Okay, so Chanel is still pulling you, right? You are leaving the shopping mall, and still the Chanel is pulling your mind. I have to look at it again, right? Okay, I'm sure some of you might have that experience. For the boys, maybe the Gucci belt, the Gucci shoes, and so forth. For the girls, Chanel bag, right? So there's something's pulling you. Okay, so what is that? These are the realities. This is the psychology. So where you see that cognitively, you see there's a Chanel, Gucci, whatever, which you know that these are so expensive, so good. And then the feeling associated with they're so pleasant. And now that object that triggered the pleasant feeling within you, you are separating from this. Because your mom says that now we'll come another time. I know that I can see that you are not too happy today, right? You can have some water, you come, right? And then but the pleasant feeling was triggered not by this water. Pleasant trigger was by seeing the Chanel, seeing the Louis Vuitton, right? And you are separated from this. Unpleasant feeling comes. So you don't want unpleasant feeling. So this is unpleasant feeling because you are leaving the shopping mall. So your mind, you say, no, I have to look at it again. So this movement of your mind, addiction, attachment, aversion, fear. This is all the movement of your mind. You say, when the fear is excessive at your heart, you're going to feel the heaviness. Likewise, attachment. anger. You could feel physiology, you could feel it. There's some change happening. That change is because of the movement, physiological movement because of the psychological movement of your mind, movement of the psyche. That movement is the intention, mental intention. Mental intention makes it move. Okay. So with this, we're talking about, okay, now let's see that. Okay, so does it mean that I have to love everybody so that I don't feel anyone judging at me? Yes, if you don't want to feel that somebody's judging on you, you have to love everybody. You have to love everybody. Only if you can genuinely feel that, then you will not feel that somebody is judging on you. Even if somebody judges on you, it is like you seeing that your son is judging on you. Your daughter is just commenting, not judging, commenting on you, right? Not judging on you. Give you a constructive comment. Whereas when you don't know the person, you don't say it's a comment, it is a judgment. Okay, so there, feeling love and affection. So what is feeling love and affection? Love and affection is the intention. Look, intention to embrace. You're getting it? Brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max. Your mind embraces. Your mind commands your hands to embrace this. Mom, thank you. Right? Grab it and say, thank you, Mom. So which means that you're grabbing at it. You are embracing it. So when you say love all the beings means to embrace everybody with love. To embrace everybody. So when do you embrace a particular object? When the feeling is pleasant. You're getting it? When the feeling is pleasant, to sustain this feeling, you embrace that object. What triggered this object? What triggered this pleasant feeling? You embrace it. That's the embracing. Embracing. So to embrace all the beings, you should feel the pleasant feeling towards all the beings. You're getting it? Only if you could feel the pleasant feeling towards all the beings, you will embrace all the beings. What is your next question? What is your next question? But I don't feel the pleasant feeling when when see other people. Right? Even if somebody the neighbor just looks at me, I feel so irritated. I don't feel pleasant feeling. So what's your next question? Anyone?
How do I feel that feeling?
How can I create this pleasant feeling towards all the beings? How can I create this pleasant feeling towards all the beings? Okay, this is a very serious. If you can break through this topic, if you can break through, this is to revolutionize your thinking. Thus far, when we meet somebody else, unknown, instantly you become protective, defensive of yourself. Put on the facade so you are very confident, right? So when you go for an interview, job interview, or whatever interview, and there's the number of people there, what call that? Candidates, right? Say like said 20 candidates there. You look at you will see as though like you are the lowest. You are the greatest failure. Everybody's so confident, right? No, everybody's deliberately putting on the facade of being very confident. Deliberately putting on this facade. And they see you as very confident. Because they're hiding something behind. They know the reality. Right? So they're crying, why? Because they don't feel this love and affection towards you. So this is how naturally behave. So how can I revolutionize this thinking? Where I feel like say the competition with other people, rather than that, where I feel the love and affection. This is known as revolutionizing your thinking. So how to revolutionize thinking? In psychology, you just change the feeling. You're getting it? You see other people, pleasant feeling comes. You will embrace. You will not protect yourself. You will not be engaged in defensive measure. So the question is, how to cultivate this feeling of the pleasant feeling upon seeing other people, other beings, all the beings? This question. This is a very serious question. This most likely we have never thought about it before. This is the benefit of the study of the Buddhist psychology. How the five mental factors operate, and how they actually happen to you. So I call it Buddhist psychology. Actually, it's a reality. So for example, I eat this biscuit. This is not a Buddhist biscuit. It's not a Buddhist biscuit. I eat it, then hunger dissolves. No, it's not a Buddhist hunger dissolved. No, it's a hunger dissolved. That's it. This is reality. So I oftentimes don't feel like comfortable to say Buddhist psychology, because this is psychology, is a reality. Even before the Buddha existed, even before the Buddha came on this earth, this psychology actually was operating in the minds of even before the Buddha came into existence. All these people, they are sad, they're angry, attachment, hatred, jealousy, kind people, good people, everything was there. All these 5 things are operating even before the Buddha appeared. Buddha only discovered this. It is not his invention. It is the Buddha's discovery. He discovered it. So it is the treasure of all the people. It's the treasure of the whole world. It's not the treasure of just the Buddhists. It's the treasure of the whole world. Okay. So how to generate this the pleasant feeling towards all the beings? This is where otherwise never happened to our mind, never occurred to our mind. If you succeed in this, this is a meaning of revolutionizing our thought process. How to do that? Okay, for this, what you do is that, let me ask you one question. That in this life, in your life, have you seen, very commonly, have you seen very strong feeling of love and affection to between 2 people? Genuine feeling of love and affection between 2 people. That too commonly. Not just, oh, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, when I meet him, I just feel like crying, very intense. There's only one. His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Mother Teresa is only one. When I think of the Ram, coming from the exile and into the kingdom, it makes me feel Ram is one, right? And so likewise, Lord Mahavir, it's only one. Can you think of, say, this genuine love and affection which is so pure and yet very commonly available? Can you think of that? Then we will try to see how that is generated, how that is developed. And then once you know the mechanism by which that is developed, we can cultivate it towards what we are thinking of now. Okay, can you think of such the commonly available love and affection, genuine love and affection between 2 people? Anyone? Raise hands. Genuine, this is my question. Okay, Manish.
Yeah, parents and child. The love of parents towards child.
Parents and child. This is so common available. This is very true. It's very true. This is very true. Parents and children. And if you have complication with your mother, particularly this complication doesn't happen when you were age 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. This complication happens when you were age 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. You know the reason? You know the reason? Don't try to generalize this. No, I don't like my mom because she's overprotective, right? She's overprotective and they have no freedom. So this happened when you were age 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Not when you were age 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If there's anybody who has complained when you were age 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, tell me, right? So the point is that when you were age 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, when you're so vulnerable, when extremely vulnerable, that the mere thought of your mom, the mere thought of your dad, particularly your mom, it gives such a joy in you, right? You just feel like hugging your mom. Okay, so this is the most commonly and most beautiful example that we can ever think of. Having said this, what is that love and affection? Is that the love that mother feels towards the child, or the child towards the mother? Anyone? Anyone? What is that love? Is it the mother's towards the child, child towards the mother? Raphael?
From the mother towards the child.
From the mother towards the child. Child doesn't feel that towards the mother.
Not exactly. It feels
both ways. It's both ways.
Okay,
Both ways.
yes.
Okay. Okay, now how many agree with Raphael that is both ways? That mother feels so intense love and affection towards the child. Child likewise feels so intense love and affection towards the mother. Raise hands. Okay, good. Good. Now, so this, just imagine if you can feel the same feeling of love and affection, where the mother feels towards child or child towards the mother, if you can feel the same towards all the beings, if you can feel this love and affection towards all the beings, do you agree with me that your problem of thinking that somebody else being judgmental of you, this problem will be solved? Do you agree? No, if you agree, raise hands. If I can feel that, I'm not saying that you will feel it and then your problem is over. This is not my supposition. My supposition is that if you feel, provided you feel, you can feel this tremendous love, the way the child feels towards the mother, mother towards the child, if you could feel this towards all the beings, you don't really worry about somebody judging you. This mind will be remotely there, so remote from your mind, which means that it will not at all occur to you that problem is over. Okay, how many of you agree with me? Raise hands. Good. The next question is, can we generate the same love a mother feels towards child or child towards the mother with respect to you towards all the beings? Is it possible? This is the next question. So for this, let us again go a little deeper to see there are two signs. One is the mother feeling love and affection towards the child, other child towards the mother. Mother towards the child, that is something biological, ownership, as the Manish said, my child, and biological, many factors are there. But a child towards the mother, this love and affection, do you agree with me that the child, when the child is age 4, 5, 6, 7, the love and affection towards mother is so intense. This love is so intense. So this love, did it exist in the child? The day one the child was born, did it exist or not? Raise your hands. Namrata? It did not. No. It did not. Now look, day one the child was born on this earth. Look, day one the child was born on this earth was like us not feeling love and affection towards the other people. Do you see the similarity? Do you see similarity? Yes. Yes, the child does not feel love and affection towards the mother. Day one the child was born. Likewise, we don't feel love and affection towards the strangers, other people, particularly difficult people. We don't love it. So it's very similar. Okay. So, okay, we are very similar in that regard. But the small child developed over the years, 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, over the years, this child developed intense love and affection towards the mother, which was totally missing the day one he or she was born. You agree? Now, if at all, we can cultivate this love and affection towards all the beings, that should be like the child's love towards the mother, not the mother's love towards the child. You're getting it? Because we begin by without having love and affection towards the strangers, towards the difficult people. Likewise, this child began by not having any love towards the mother. So it's very similar. So my question to you is, how did this child, who did not have any love and affection towards the mother, over the years, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, he or she developed such an intense love towards the mother? How did that happen? Anybody? Raise hands. Give me the reason. Taruna.
When the child sees that the mother is feeding him, taking care of him, loving him, then he also or she will develop the mutual love.
Wonderful. Taruna, thank you. So what Tarun is saying is that because the child could see that the child is being fed by the mother. When the child is feeling cold, the mother comes to give him or her warmth. When hungry, the mother comes to feed him. When they're sad, the mother picks the child up, picks you up, and then comforts you. And when somebody is unkind towards you, instead the mother comes to defend you. So in other words, the child saw the mother as a source of benefit. Benefit. How many agree with Taruna sense? Good. Okay. How many of you see your mobile as very beneficial?
Isn't it a kind of dependent origination also?
100% yes. It's by dependence on seeing the mother as a source of benefit that your love is originated, dependent origination. It's perfectly correct. How many are so dependent on your mobile hands? Emails, WhatsApp, Instagram, sometimes asking for likes, seeking likes from other people, right? If you like it, please press the like button, right? How many are so dependent on the mobile hands? And the moment you see that you left your mobile in your office, right? It's though the whole world has shattered now. All right, you're cut off from the world. How many felt that? Be very honest, raise hands. Okay, so which means that the dependency, you see that the mobile is so helpful, so beneficial. So therefore, you don't dare to separate from the mobile, right? You feel so close to the mobile. You keep it so close. This is the meaning of the closeness. Okay, I feel so close to you, which means I love you. You agree with me or not? I feel close to you. From all the siblings, from all other siblings, I feel close to you, means I love you the most. Do you agree? Good. So where you see somebody as object of benefit, your mind is drawn towards that. Your mind is drawn towards the object, that object of benefit. That drawing your mind closer towards the object is known as mind feeling close to the object. Feeling close is what is technically is known as the love, feeling of affection. This is how you develop the feeling of affection. Okay, the next question is, okay, if this is how you develop love and affection with all the beings, then how can I see that all beings are beneficial to me? How all beings are this source of benefit for me? No, my neighbor is not kind to me. My neighbor is always trying to steal my things. I kept my bucket outside, the bucket has disappeared. I kept my chair outside in the sun, and then next day the chair is gone. I saw that in my neighbor's house. It's not a source of benefit, it's stealing my benefit. So how can I see beings as the source of benefit? Okay, so the question is, thus far is clear, meaning that if I can see that all the beings are the source of benefit for me, then my mind will surely feel close to all the beings. That is known as unconditional love towards the universal love towards all the beings. So for this, how can I see all beings as a source of benefit? This is the question. Okay, to how many of you this is the question? Raise hands. Till that point is clear. Till that point is clear. Now this is the point that we need to think of. Raise hands. Good. So how can I see everyone as a source of benefit? In the first place, I don't know everyone, right? I don't know everyone. So how many people are there in, say, America, in Ethiopia, in Japan, or in Nepal? How many people? I don't know, right? So how can I say, if I don't know them, how can I feel their benefit? Okay, never mind. So what we talk about universal love and affection, universal compassion, universal means all others, including yourself, all the beings, including yourself and all others. Okay, so all others, although you don't know all of them, don't worry. For example, say that all the people in the world, I don't know all the people in the world. It's almost like 8 billion human beings today. It recently hit 8 billion in number, 8 billion population of the world. I don't know all the people, but do you agree with me that all these 8 billion human beings can be classified into two groups, males and the non-males? You agree with me? Males and non-males. You getting it? Say you cannot think of any human being who does not fall under one of these two categories, male or the non-males. Or we can classify all the beings on this earth as those who are near and dear ones to me, those who are near and dear to me, and those who are difficult to me, and those who are neutral to me. You agree with me? You cannot think of any being on this earth who does not fall under one of these three groups: the near and dear ones, difficult people, and the neutral beings. If you agree, raise hands. If you agree, raise hands. Good. Now, to see the benefit of all the beings that you get, you can think of these three beings: near and dear ones, neutral beings, and the difficult people. If you seriously think about these three, then your mind will automatically flow towards all the beings. This is known as the universal, where it is not confined to one group, one individual, but to universally towards all the beings, universal. And this feeling of affection, feeling close, feeling of affection. With this feeling of affection, naturally, when you see beings are suffering, you feel your mind will manifest in the form of compassion. May you be freed from suffering and the cause of suffering. So that becomes the universal compassion. Okay, so how can I think about the benefit that I get from the near and dear ones, the neutral beings, and the difficult people? The first is the the near and dear ones. It's very important for us, right? Oh, near and dear ones, yes, I know that they're so beneficial to me, they're so kind to me. Let us not take for granted. Oftentimes, this can be a major problem. Because we don't think of these, people fight with the parents. People fight with the parents. And the brothers, sisters, they have litigation cases over the family properties. It's extremely sad, extremely sad. So let's not take things for granted. Oh yeah, this I know. Yeah, they're all the near and dear ones. The very definitely near and dear ones are somebody who's beneficial to me, so kind to me. We have to think of these. Think of these, and your life will be very different. Your life will be much more easier, much easier. Your life will be very beautiful. In this connection, I'd like to share with you, saying that the once I was teaching students from the program of Emory University, USA. Students from there, and the other students, they came to India to take one semester from Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, Dharamsala. And I was requested to teach them Buddhist philosophy. It was the exchange, not exchange program, it's a study abroad program. Study abroad program, one semester to be conducted in Dharamsala, India. And it was for 3 months. We did the 3 months course. Then the students, they were to go for a field trip. I think about 10 days or 15 days field trip. Then they come back, and then they were to leave for America. And all the students, one by one, they come to see me. And then one boy, when he came to me, he said that, okay, now we're all leaving for America. We just came to, say bye to you. And then he said that, but there's one girl, he has to go 1 week in advance. And I said, why? He said that her mother is suffering from cancer. And but she's not having a good relationship with the mother. Okay. And the next day, this girl came and said that, okay, now we're all leaving, but I have to leave 1 week in advance. Then I just take it very lightly. I do not really probe into family, nothing. And she said that, but I don't want to go. I have to go 1 week in advance, but I don't want to go. I said, why? She said that I don't go along well with my mother. I said, why? Then I told her that I don't know your mother, but I know you so well. The last 3 months, I know you so well. And on top of that, you studied about compassion. You studied about universal compassion. You studied about how the parents have been so kind to you. You studied about how things are all interdependent. You studied all these things. Your mother did not study these things. Number 2, I don't know your mom. I've never seen her. I don't know what the thought process, but I know you so well. From you, I can conjecture what your mother is like. Although I don't know your mother, but from who you are, knowing you so well, I can conjecture what your mother is like. I said that your mother is a lady who took utmost care of you when you needed her love and affection. The fact that you are such a decent, young, educated, healthy, good-looking girl is a proof that your mother had taken utmost care of you when you needed her the help the most. When you were age 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, your mom had taken utmost care of you. So she could have easily done a job, responsibility, obligation by feeding you and then leaving you like this. No, you are so healthy mentally. You are so fresh, alert, sane, sanity is there. There's all the proof that your mother had taken utmost care of you when you needed her the most. So she did her job, and you are yet to do your job. You are yet to do your duty. Now is the time that she is suffering from cancer. She needs your help, and now you don't want to go. You needed her help. She is just there on the dot, just there to help you, supported you. You failed your duty, she did her duty. If you still don't understand it, go back in time. Today you are, I think she was then 20 or 19. You go back in time when you were age 16, 15, 14, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Go back in time. Think of how you feel so dependent on a mother, and the mother was always there to give you love, affection, and so forth. And then she did it, and then she started to cry. She started to cry. Then she said, now I understand it. I failed in my duty. My mom has been so kind to me. I understand it. And she said, but even if I go, my mom will not accept me. I said that if you are changed, everything will fall in place. You don't worry. If you are changed, I'm so glad that you have changed. Then I said, if you are changed, done. The work is done. You don't have to go in advance. Just send an email to your mom saying that, Mom, you have done everything to me. You have done your duty. I failed to do my duty. It's my turn now to serve you, but I failed in this. Now I'm coming to serve you. Just say this. Just tell her how much that I benefited from you when I needed you the most. You are there. Just say, don't say anything about your problems with the relationship problems between the mother and the daughter. She wrote it, and she told me that it took her 3 days to write one email. And she sent. And the very next day, she came with so much joy. And she said that, Genla, now my mom has already accepted me. With so much of light feeling joy, looking forward to see the mother. And the mother there in America, she was looking forward to see the daughter. She so happily left India to join her mother in America. And she was with her mother, nursing the mother till the last day of the mother. For about like a few months, two of them were together. And just imagine, every morning, the daughter is just anticipating to see the mother's face. Every morning, the mother is anticipating to see the daughter's hands and face. So beautiful, so beautiful. So we all have this imprint, but the only thing is that at times, we tend to underestimate. We tend to take for granted the mother's love and affection. We just tend to take for granted. And then just on the basis of the trivial, so very superficial differences, because of you not being able to do what you want, and your mother being very protective, out of love, concern about you, and you do not appreciate it. So this is where you forget the past. You forget the mother's love and affection that you've got. And then on the trivial basis, you just continue to fight with the parents. That's what happens. Whereas it doesn't mean that you are a bad person. Just go back in time. Go back in time when I was so vulnerable, when I made mistakes. But usually I share with people that when the child simply dirties the wall with the pencil sketch, outside of it's a dirty wall, but in the eyes of the mother, it's a painting of the child. It's a painting. One day, I was invited for a meal, for lunch, by a lady and a husband. And they have 2 little daughters. And of course, she is from a good family. I went there, and the first thing that I saw was the wall was very dirty, with a pencil sketches everywhere. And then I was I was a little taken aback. Okay, but I didn't say anything. I got in, and the lady came and said, "Geshe-la, these are my 2 daughters painting." There's so much pride there in the mother's eyes. This purely out of love, out of love. This is the love that we received from our mothers. Let's not forget this. Let's not forget this. The moment we think of these more, naturally, your distance, your aversion, your aggression, your corrosion with the thought of your mother subsides, with the thought of your father subsides. Then when you enter the house, your mother could feel it, that you feel so comfortable to be with the mother. And the mother, because she loves you so much, there's a glow coming on the mother's face. There's ease coming to the mother's mind. And because of this, you could feel the body language of the mother. You could feel it, that there's so much ease and you feel so beautiful. So it creates such an ambience of warmth. Anybody who enters your room, who enters your house, they could feel this. There's so much warmth there. This is magic. So we should not forget, we should not take for granted the mother's love, the benefit that you get from mother, from your father, and from your near and dear ones. This is so important. This is one part. What's next? The more you think of this, the more your mind will feel close to the mother. That is known as the feeling affectionate towards your near and dear ones. The next is the neutral beings. The neutral beings. How can I see the benefit of neutral beings? Neutral beings, they don't say anything. But they help me, neutral beings. Okay. How to see the benefit of the neutral beings? Then how to see the benefit of the difficult people? Once you are convinced with this, then our job is, let's say that is I think that there was a doctor here. Huh? Okay.
Preeta is here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Preeta. Okay, Dr. Preeta, let's say that all of us, we are suffering from tuberculosis, right? And then the tuberculosis, and you said that, Geshe-la, and all of you, don't worry. Right? Nowadays, the tuberculosis can cure very easily. And then the doctor suggested the antibiotics, ethambutol, isoniazid, rifampicin. The doctor suggests these antibiotics for all of us, and said that all of you, Geshe-la, and all of you, you take these medicines, and you take it and your problem will be over. Are you sure? Yes, yes, don't worry. It'll be over. So we take the medicine today and tomorrow, no, it's the same problem. Dodo Prita, we still have the problem. You said that you take the medicines and your problem is over. It's not over now. I took the medicine yesterday and the problem is not over. So you said it'll be over. It's not over. Dodo Prita, what do you say?
So basically, because it's TB, it's going to take a very long time to get better. There will be long duration of medicines and monitoring which is required. So
But you said, so which means you are saying that taking medicine, you take the medicine for say the 6 months, is what you're saying?
Maybe 6 months, maybe 6 to 9 months. Yeah, depends where the TB is. Yeah.
6 to 9 months. 6 to 9 months. 1 day is not sufficient.
No.
Right?
Absolutely
Okay.
not.
So because
and you will not
because
even
it's a chronic.
You will not even see an
Because it is.
improvement for 15 to 20 days in any form. So,
yeah. So don't expect improvement within 1 day. Right? This is what the doctor is saying, right? So you take medicine continuously for 6 to 9 months. This is what the doctor is saying. So because this illness is a severe illness. So our illness of cherished self-centeredness is a chronic, is not only severe plus chronic. So it requires us the antidotes to be taken for a long time. It's not just 1 day, which means that you have to reflect on this over and over and over again. Then gradually our feeling of the being self-conscious, being defensive, being reserved, creating a barrier between you and others, they'll all dissolve gradually. So that is the time you feel that your mind is flowing so freely towards all the beings, near and dear ones, neutral beings, and the difficult people. You're getting it? Okay. So for this, we have to practice it. Once you gain the knowledge, say contact. Contact means you come in contact with the information, how to bring change in your mind. Contact. Next is attention. Pay attention. Learn. Okay, what are the wisdom? What is the wisdom by which to bring change to revolutionize my thinking, right? So the information, that is the pay attention to the information that we learned, and then determination. Yes, that's very true. This is how I get the benefit from other beings. Once I see the benefit from other beings, my mind will automatically flow. This is very true. You should get conviction. Once you get the conviction, the feeling is extremely pleasant feeling. Pleasant feeling. So this pleasant feeling you wanted, so you will embrace other beings. So this is how the transformation takes place. But this process is like taking antibiotics. Antibiotics to get rid of the chronic illness. More chronic the illness, more the duration of the antibiotics you have to take. Okay, so with this, the next is the neutral beings. How can I feel the benefit of the neutral beings? Okay. By the way, what do you mean by neutral beings? Anyone? What do you mean by neutral beings? Raise hands. Devika?
People who you have perhaps don't have any attachment or aversion for. You have no...
People to whom you don't have any feeling of attachment, aversion, right? This is what we call as neutral beings. Okay. Are they, Devika, where are you? Are you in Mumbai?
In Goa.
In Goa. Okay, how many people are there in Goa?
Millions.
Okay, let's say 4 millions. How many of them you know?
Maybe 100.
100. Okay. So you don't know all of them. Right?
No.
So the majority, great majority of them are neutral with respect to you. Right? Okay, this is how we have to think. And at the moment, your mind is with you. Are you following us, or you are thinking about say somebody bombing you?
No, I'm focused on this class.
Okay, so you're not scared of anything else?
Not at the moment.
Oh, yeah, at the moment, this is what I'm saying. At the moment, they may be, they say some people from, the border. There are so many borders, Indian border, from there, people may come and they say, say the word CCP or anyway, they may come to bombard the whole Goa. Right? You don't have this fear?
No, I'm not about, not at the moment.
Why don't you feel that?
Because my attention is on all of you and on you, on the class.
Okay, attention on the class. But if there's a war happening between India and CCP, China, and China is entering deeper and deeper.
If it was actually happening, then yes, that I would be scared.
Exactly. At the moment, why you are not scared? Because all the people are protecting the border. Yes.
Yes.
Do you know these people?
No.
Do you know Surinder Singh? Surinder Singh, who is also one of the border policemen there. You know that?
I don't know any of them.
Do you get the benefit? Do you get the benefit of all these people there? Yes. You don't know them. They're neutral, but you're getting all these benefit. You're getting it? So all these, how people they survive there because of money coming from the central government. You're getting it? From the central government. There are so many people handling this in the central government. You're getting it? And the money comes from where? From the tax. Only from the tax. Who pays the tax? Who pays the tax? Almost like, let's say the 1.5 billion human beings in this country. They pay the tax. You getting it? Including your tax also. So this is how these protection is happening on the border. You getting it? So because of which you feel you can stay so comfortably, right? And for you to get this degree of the ease, I can pay attention to class. This, if you are to pay all these soldiers by yourself so that nobody can intrude, right? Your parents, even the whole Goa cannot pay this, but you survive. You have such ease there. It's because of so many people on the border. You don't know them, and these people, the money is going there because of the money, and these people in the center, they are working on this. These people involved. And the money also comes from the tax. All the people in India, right? And say the people in India, they also survive, but depends on other countries. Other countries. And other countries, they have their own population. We see that it's as well like everything is connected. Everything's connected. You're getting it? Everything connected. Do you know these people? We don't know these people. Because of these people, because of all the millions and billions of people, generation after generation after generation, that we are able to sit very comfortably here at ease and at peace. Think very seriously. We see these are the benefits that we get from the neutral beings. You getting it? And in the Goa, when did you ever walk along the beach?
Yes.
Right. Did you run or you are just casually walking?
Just casually walking.
Casually walking with the ease, with the fearlessly, right? Anybody can. How many people are there when you're walking?
Hundreds of people doing the same thing.
Hundreds of people are there, right? If all these people were missing there, would you dare to walk like this casually?
No.
Anybody can come at any time and can kill you, can do anything, right? Okay, so the point is that how come that you feel so comfortable because of these hundreds of people there, hundreds of thousands of people around, right? And sometimes you feel that, oh, these people are making the beach dirty, right? I want a clean beach, right? Because the people who make the beach dirty, you feel safe. If there's nobody who's making the beach dirty, it'll be empty beach. It's very scary, right? Very scary. So once I was sharing these, and one girl said that what you said is very true, right? I said, how? And she said that when I travel in the train, I feel so crowded. I dislike the crowd. So because of this, I deliberately purchased the first class AC, so that I can avoid the crowd. And then she got the ticket, she got into the train. It so happened that in that whole, compartment, she was the only person. She felt so scared. She said that whole night she did not sleep. So then she said that it's much better to be in the crowd, very crowded, dirty crowd, than chaotic crowd, than in a very clean, tidy, no one, just by yourself compartment, right? It's better to be in the crowd. How many agree with this girl? Raise hands. Yes, this is so, we never think about these things. We have so many good things to rejoice. Less number of things to feel sad about, but our mind is busy, obsessed with thinking about what you don't have. And that tortures you, that makes you suffer. There's so many things to rejoice. All these people, they're so beautiful. Look at all these people. Go to the market. It's a crowd. It's crowd. Sometimes, people may spit. It's fine, right? If these people, who spit, who make the crowd, the market dirty, if these are not there, it's very scary. And do you know that by the way, do you know those people in the market? All those people come in the market. Do you know this? We don't know these people. These are neutral people. Because of these, that you feel so secure. You can go so confidently. They cover it. Yes, so confident you can go there, and you can even boast that, no, I don't want this, right? You buying this, no, it's defective. I don't want this. In Himalaya, you don't get this, right? You want to, even one small Maggie, you will not get a Maggie, right? You get it, you're so lucky. But here you will say that, no, this is date expired, right? About to be expired. In Himalaya, you will not get this. So because of these people, that you get so much of choices, that you feel so secure. Okay. How many of you have seen VIP people? Raise hands. VIP people. Okay. And they tell me, how do you distinguish somebody as a VIP from you? VIP person. How can you distinguish that? Very easily. Anyone, quick. How?
They have bodyguards, and they come with they come in those cars with the lights going on, and yeah, they have a bodyguard.
And the bodyguards,
Yeah.
right? The bodyguards, like hundreds of bodyguards, right? Okay, some of you may envy them. Who's that, right? When people like us without bodyguard comes, nobody will pay attention. When somebody comes with 20, 30, 40 bodyguards, who's that person, right? And some of us may envy them. Don't envy them, right? Why don't envy them? I'm not forcing you. There's a reason. You are more lucky. Bodyguard, what does it mean by bodyguard? Bodyguard means to protect your life. To protect your life. You're getting it? And you don't need a bodyguard. You already have the bodyguards. Say you're in the very crowded metro, crowded train, right? There's no fear that somebody will, come to strangle you. No, you have no fear, right? No fear. Why? Because you feel so protected. What made you feel so protected? Because of this crowd. You agree? This crowd is your bodyguard. How many people are there in the crowd? Thousands are there. You have more bodyguards than them, right? Don't be envious of them. You have more bodyguards than them. Because of these hundreds of thousands of people, that you feel secured. This is the purpose of bodyguard, and that is fulfilled for you. And their bodyguard is very complicated. You have to make sure that these bodyguards, they eat food. You have to feed them. Because if you don't feed them, then they'll become weak. They cannot do the purpose, work. But your bodyguards, you don't have to feed them. They'll feed them by themselves. And then their bodyguard, they will come even in your toilet. Your body must never come to your toilet. You have total freedom. When you want freedom, they will leave you. When you want them, they will come. You don't have to feed them. You don't have to pay them. It's all for free. And you have privacy there. When you need privacy, they'll not come. They'll leave. Right? Even if you request them come, they'll not come. Right? But they, even you say you leave, they'll say, no, it's my job to watch you, to protect you. They'll come in a toilet. Right? You have no privacy. So which is better? So do you know these people who actually does the job of the bodyguard? These are neutral people. It's because of these people that you feel so secure. This is so precious. Let us not take for granted. These are so precious. Okay, so, and then they say, let's think of, you can think of that in multiple ways. For example, how many of you use AC in your life? How many of you use AC once in a while in your life? Raise hands. AC or a pen. How many of you use feather when you write? Quill, the pen. How many don't use feather? Feather is outdated. We can use the pen. Use and throw, right? Use and throw, 5 rupees pen, right? Just think of that. This pen for sure is less than 5 rupees. But believe it or not, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, even the kings and the queens who had the whole wealth of the kingdom, they did not have the privilege to use this pen. How many of you agree with me? Raise hands. They have to use the feather. Even though they have the whole wealth of the whole kingdom, they do not have the privilege to use this pen. If ever they got such a pen, this will directly go into their treasure house to take pride that nobody, no king in the world, no other kings in the world had this, gadget, the pen. But today, you take for granted. This, even your mother cannot give. If your mother is to make this just for you, the mother has to spend billions of dollars. You agree? Because it involves plastic. It involves metal. Metal comes from the mining. The plastic comes from the petroleum. So you know all these huge machineries to extract petroleum from the ocean, from wherever. And then the metals from the mines. And for this, you should have road. You should have the whole processor there. And these cost you minimum billions of dollars. If this were to be created just for you by your mother, the mother has spent billions of dollars. Even your mother cannot give. But you get it so cheap. Forget about paying billions. You don't even pay 100 rupees. It's just 5 rupees. How come that you get such a privilege of using this cheap? Such a cheap pen, very cheap, a pen for very cheap. How come that you get it very cheap? Anyone, raise hands. If your mother is to make just for you, it'll cost you minimum billions of dollars. Manish, how come that you get it so cheap?
With all other peoples who are involved in the process, maybe we can say the neutral people whom we don't know.
Okay, but let's say that okay, let's say that I want a pen, very cheap pen, with the whole design with my name, Geshe Dorji Damdul, design, right? Will I get it for 10 rupees, 100 rupees, 10,000, the 100 rupees, 10 rupees? No. No, the people can, why they can make it like 100,000s? Why not? Why not? Anyone? Why not? Raise hands. Why not? Huh? Because, do you agree with me? Because that you don't find market. If something with my name design, Geshe Dorji Damdul, right? Maybe my sister will buy it, right? Otherwise, nobody will buy it. Then the manufacturer will say, there's no, the market will not make it for you. But this pen, they're happy to make it. Why? Because what is known as the mass production is there, mass production. Why mass production? Because there are so many people who buy the same product. You agree? Because of that, it becomes very cheap for you. And do you know all these people, because of the involvement of these millions of people who buy the same product, that you get it very cheap? Do you know these millions of people? Do you know these people? You don't know. We even did not think about these. And when you buy this, we forget about thinking about this. We just check it. If it doesn't really write well, you give it back, right? How spoiled we are. It's so privileged. For 5 rupees, you are getting something which involves millions of hands. Mass production. Mass production. And imagine how many people died when they were extracting the petroleum to make this pen. How many people died? In the mines, collapse of the mines. You know that, the metal. How many people died? Generation after generation after generation. And what about their children? What about the small babies? They have babysitters? No. If they're babysitters, they will not work in such mine, such risky the workplace. So the children, they're in the under scorching sun. How many children, little babies died? Their children died. Just think of these. These are the realities. Because of this, that we get this cheap pen. We get the AC aircon, the fans, your clothes, the food, the table, the house, the cars. All these things are the results of the efforts of millions and billions of people over generation after generation after generation. Do you know these people? We don't know these people. These are known as the neutral people. It is because of them that we get so much of benefit today. Yet we took for granted of these benefits. The more we think about these, it's very scary that if I were to be surviving by myself on my own, it's impossible that I can survive. It's all by dependence on these millions and billions of people after generation after generation after generation that I'm surviving. So these are the benefits that we get from the neutral beings. Neutral beings, right? Okay. So next, the benefits that you get from difficult person, number 3. Okay. Difficult person, what benefit I get from the difficult person, right? So he is to steal my benefit, not to give me benefit, steal my benefit. Okay, so for this, let's make it very quick. We have 8 minutes more. Okay. Let's say that how many of you know Muhammad Ali? Raise hands. Okay, tell me who is Muhammad Ali? Chimai? Who is Muhammad Ali?
He's a boxer.
Oh, Chimai, don't make it too boring. Don't say boxer. He's a legendary boxer.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, don't say boxer, right? It's a legendary boxer. Okay, if you are a boxer, each one of you, tell me, if you're a boxer, you want to be a legendary boxer, or you want to be an average boxer? Be very honest, raise hands, quick. Quick. Yes. Okay, Maya?
Legendary boxer. International.
How many agree with
Olympian? Yeah.
International legendary boxer, right? Raise hands who agree with Maya. Good. Can you imagine that you become a legendary boxer if your mother is your coach? If your mother is coach, do you think that you can become a legendary boxer? You will never become a legendary boxer. You're getting it? Because to become a legendary boxer, you should be able to stop the punches, hard punches of the most challenging boxers. You agree? And to learn how to stop the hard punches, you have to experience, you have to taste what the hard punch is. Your mother will never give you a hard punch. Your mother will give you like this. With this punch, you will never learn how to become a legendary boxer. So your mother cannot make you a legendary boxer. Only the difficult people who will give you tough punches, tough punches, strong punches, hard punches. Only these people can make you a legendary boxer. You're getting it? If you look at the life stories of the many successful people, you see that they become successful having gone through a very tough time in their life. For example, in India, Mahatma Gandhi. Before Mahatma Gandhi was thrown out of the train, he was not Mahatma. He was just a Gandhi. The moment he was thrown out of the train, he became Mahatma. You're getting it? Who made him Mahatma? The Britishers, who threw him out of the train, right? So he's thinking that they did not throw me. They threw at that point, I think about like 360 million Indians by that time. 360 million Indians. Today, over 1 billion Indians. Those days, during the Mahatma Gandhi time, it was 360 million Indians. He realized that Britishers, they threw the 360 billion Indians, not me. You're getting it? So that made him Mahatma, right? You want to say, yeah, okay, let's say Manish. You want to become Manish or you want to become Mahatma Manish? Right? If you want to become Mahatma Manish, then you need some, some factors can make you Mahatma, right? Somebody should throw you. Then you're thinking, revolutionize, and then you can become a Mahatma. You're getting it? Mahatma. Okay. So when so these Britishers, so individual people, ordinary people like us, will say that, oh, Britishers, they are so bad, terribly bad. No. When your thinking is very different, you see that this is blessing in disguise. This made me Mahatma. You're getting it? This made me Mahatma. Okay. So the point is that difficult people, they will make you very different, outstandingly successful person. So this, if you're given a choice, you want to become outstandingly successful person, you will say yes. So difficult person can make you that. Difficult person can make you that. So it depends on you. You encounter with the difficult person, difficult situation, and then you just become so weak. This is your problem. Whereas if you can take it positively, it's a blessing. You take that as a extremely the precious boxing coach. And then you see that you become a really successful boxer, a legendary boxer, only with somebody who gives you hard punches. So this is what we have to remember. So with all the difficulties, this will make you to grow. Let's not forget this. There's one interview done by a television, the agent to, what is that? Some of you must have heard this. I think the Dubai, the father of the modern Dubai, or the Saudi Arabia, I don't remember too well. And the interview was done. The interviewer asked the father of the nation that, what do you see of the future of your country? This is a great message for all of us. And I like this. Then he did not answer it. He said something very different, seems very unrelated. Question was, what do you see of the nation? What do you see of the future of your country? And he said, my grandfather rode a camel. My father rode a camel. I am riding Mercedes. My son will ride Rolls Royce. My grandson will ride Rolls Royce. My great grandson has to again ride a camel. Let me repeat it. The question was, what do you see of the future of your country? He said, my grandfather rode a camel. My father rode a camel. I'm riding Mercedes, and my son will ride Rolls Royce. My grandson will ride Rolls Royce. My great grandson will again have to ride a camel. And the interviewer was confused. What do you mean by that? Why is that so? He said, difficult times produce a strong man. Strong men produce easy times. Easy times produce weak men. Weak men produce difficult times. Let's not forget it. Let me repeat it. Why is this so? He said, difficult times produce strong men. You're getting it? We all want to be strong men. So difficult times, somebody gives you hard punch. Difficult people, they will make you strong. Strong man makes easy times. Easy times produce weak men. Weak men produce difficult times. Let's not forget it. So this is how the difficult people, if you can create a breakthrough in your thinking, then you can see that the difficult people are the ones who can give you the maximum benefit, who can really give you the outstanding success, which even your mother cannot give. And say all our problems, somehow, all our problems are related to inside a mind, what we learned thus far, like the sound of clap. So your problem is resolved, external factors cannot affect you. Your problem is not resolved, external factors are always there. The Buddha came, Jesus Christ came, Ram came, Krishna came, Prophet Muhammad came, Mahavir came, Guru Nanak came, Baha'u'llah came, Zoroaster came. Nobody could change the world. External factors are continuously back there. So nobody can change the external factors. So one hand is always there. Now, if you want to stop the sound of the misery, you have to stop the internal factor. So this internal factor, you pull it, no matter how forceful external factors, no sound. Sound of misery stops. So how to stop this internal factor? Internal factor, to stop this, you have to identify the internal factors. Say the gross internal factors are very easy to be identified. Subtler the internal factors, subtler the problems, more difficult it is to identify. So, for example, how many go for annual medical checkup recents? Okay, why do you go for annual medical checkup? Why? Do you have some problem? You have some problem? Anyone?
It was
so why are you going for?
Sorry. It's mandatory in few organizations.
Okay, otherwise you will not go.
Probably might not have.
No. So what I'm saying is that those who go there voluntarily, why do you go there? Resents. Why do you go there? In fact, I don't really want to go, but my friends, they force me to go. So I go. Right? Why they are forcing me to go? They are forcing me to go out of love and affection, out of concern. What's the problem? Why do you go voluntarily for annual checkup? Resents? Why? Quick. Okay, yes, Raviji.
To catch something very early.
Sorry?
Catch any problem quickly.
To get some problem. To
Yeah,
catch
if there's a problem,
quickly.
you want to know it and then know it quickly before it's too late.
So if there's no problem, then you will not go. Raviji?
No, you still go. Annually,
why? If you don't have problem, why do you go there?
I don't know. I don't have all the knowledge that I don't have a problem.
Yes. Okay. Did you understand what Ravi just said? Although I think they have no problem, there may be a problem. I don't have the ability to see my subtler problems. If I have a headache, I know this. If I have skin rashes, I can know this. I have a pain, I know this. But there must be some other subtler problems which I don't know, which the doctors can know. You're getting it? So therefore, if they diagnose such problems which you are unaware of, for this you are paying or not paying? It's for free. You have to pay, right? In some countries you don't pay, but your tax is cut. Your taxes, you have to pay the tax for that purpose. So you're paying. In other words, you're paying, right? But whereas the difficult people, right? You come to Total Nivedita's program, right? 6 months diploma course, and then you go to your mom. Mom, oh yeah, it's Bodhicitta, it's very beautiful. It's amazing sound, internal, external. It's so beautiful. The mother usually then mother says, you like a cup of tea? No, mom, please sit down. What do you like to have? Tea, coffee, what? The mom is surprised, pleasantly surprised. Usually the mother is to serve tea, right? My daughter or my son, you like a cup of tea? You say, what tea? There's no juice, right? So now it's very different. And the mother says, wow, you have changed. Who is Dr. Nivedita? What is her course like? That's beautiful. Can I join? Right? Oh, wow, you have changed. Amazing. That's amazing. And you also think that I'm changed. Wow, I'm a Bodhisattva now. Right? Wow, great compassion. And your neighbor comes. Knock at the door. You open the door and said that you have thrown garbage next to my door. I said, no. And usually, how dare you said get out? Usually this is your answer. Today your answer is very different. No, it's not me. No, it's you. You came? No, I just came now. You came and the garbage came. It's you, right? And then you said, okay, now he should mind your business, right? And then, no. Total Nivedita Bodhicitta. Right, Total Nivedita is a class. Okay, no, I'm serious, right? I'm serious. What serious? You did that. I'll sue you. I will take you to the MCT, right? MCT, right? Hey, stop. Enough is enough, right? Finish now, right? Finish. Enough is enough. Get out, right? And the other person gets out, right? I will take you. You show me the proof, and I will prove you that you barged into my house. I will take you to court, right? And then they, you sit down and think, where's my Bodhicitta? Still, the Bodhicitta is not there. Still, I have the disease, I have the illness, right? Still, I have the illness. I thought that I have no mental disease. Now, I found this mental disease. You have discovered your mental disease now. But the physical disease, you go there and you pay the doctor. So this person, your neighbor, you don't have to pay. Right? It's for free. So your neighbor help you to identify the disease inside. Very subtle disease, very, very difficult to identify. Your mother could not identify that. Your mother thought that you're Bodhisattva. Your mother could not identify that. Your enemy, your difficult person helped you to identify that. So that is so precious. Because of this, then you walk further. You walk more. You study more. You meditate more on this compassion. How all the beings are so kind towards me, beneficial. Then gradually the problem. Then you encounter any difficulty, you can challenge. You don't need any. You don't think of balancing. How to balance, right? We started with this question, right, Namrata? How to balance? How to create a border? You don't have to create border. You don't have to create balance. Everywhere is divinity for you. So divine. Everywhere is so beautiful. Right? Your mind flows so freely towards the neutral beings, towards the near and dear ones, towards the difficult people. Difficult people are the ones who are able to remove the mental problem, internal factors completely. Then no matter how strong external factors are, all the sound of your misery is stop. This is all because of the difficult person. So in fact, the difficult person is the one who gives you the maximum benefit. Because Some are temporary benefit, like mother giving you food is a temporary benefit. Whereas, let's say the neutral beings providing you security is also temporary. But in neutral, the difficult people helping you to identify the subtle diseases, mental disease inside, and then you remove them, is a permanent benefit. Permanent benefit. Permanent benefit only the difficult people can give you. So they are the most kind to you, because of which your mind will flow towards them most intensely. You will love the difficult people the most. Now you are left with no one to whom your mind does not flow. Your mind flows freely towards all the beings. This is a universal compassion. Okay, we'll stop here. Okay, we'll recite the Lord Nivadaji will recite the Heart Sutta mantra 3 times together. Okay, we'll do the screen sharing of this mantra.
Geshe-la, what an incredibly precious teaching today.
Yes.
So incredibly precious, really.
Okay, we'll recite it together. We'll recite together. Yata Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhiswatyata Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhiswatyata Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhiswaha. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geshe-la. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tibet House.
Thank you, Geshe-la.
Thank you, Geshe-la.
We'll see you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. India time.
See you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. See you all.
Bye.
Bye. See you.
धन्यवाद चना धन्यवाद चना